Hello, good day, everyone. May I ask if I am audible?
Yeah, good afternoon.
Thank you. Hi. Um, Once again, good day, everyone. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the second International Conference on Applied Science, Business and Management, Engineering and Technology 2026. So I am joining you from the culturally rich Philippines, and I am truly delighted to connect with all of you participating online from different parts of the world. So your presence truly reflects the essence of this conference, borderless collaboration, innovation, and knowledge sharing. So this year's theme, driving innovation and sustainable solutions, interdisciplinary approaches in applied sciences, business, and technology, reminds us that today's challenges call for a collective thinking, diverse perspectives, and global cooperation. To formally begin our program, may I invite everyone to pause for a moment as we observe the national anthems of the United Arab Emirates and India through an audiovisual presentation. We encourage everyone to observe this moment with respect wherever you may be.
عيشي بلادي عاش اتحاد إماراتنا عشتي لشعب دينه الإسلام حكم القرآن حصنتم كأس الله يا وطن بلادي 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 حماك الإله شهور الزمان أقسمنا जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
You're muted. You're muted. Miss Jamaica, you're muted.
Sorry. Thank you, everyone. Once again, welcome to the second International Conference on Applied Science, Business and Management, engineering, and technology, where minds from around the world come together for innovation and collaboration. So this international conference was proudly organized by the Conf-World Educational Research and Development Association, or CERADA, in association with St. Dominic College of Asia, Philippines. This conference offers researchers, delegates, and scholars an incredible chance to interact with each other and share their expertise and knowledge, to engage in insightful discussions and share cutting-edge research findings, advancements, and best practices in applied science, engineering and technology, business and management, education, social science and humanities, and more. Now, allow me to briefly introduce the dedicated organizing team. The Conf-World Educational Research and Development Association, or CERADA, is an international recognized, globally operating multidisciplinary professional research and development association. It aims to integrate researchers and academicians working in the microdisciplines of science and technology, fostering collaboration and innovation across a broad spectrum of fields. Serada is dedicated to building a dynamic community of professionals, educators, researchers, and innovators in the realms of engineering, science and technology, business and management, social science and humanities, and of course, education. Their forums and affiliates include distinguished professionals and organizations, all working together with a common goal, which is to be champions of science in safeguarding the earth. Serada provides a top-tier platforms for scientists, researchers, academics, and business leaders by hosting conferences and publishing groundbreaking research. The Serada conferences serves as a dynamic platform for experts and visionaries to advance the frontiers of education, engineering and technology, social sciences and humanities, fostering collaboration, innovation, and interdisciplinary growth. To give us a better understanding of Serada, let us now watch the audiovisual presentation. Thank you for that very informative and inspiring audiovisual presentation. It truly gave us a clearer picture of Serada's work and mission. So we now move forward as I briefly introduce another team of dedicated organizers, the St. Dominic College of Asia, also known by its acronym SDCA. It is a private co-educational basic and higher education institution in Bacoor, Cavite, Philippines. It was founded by Don Gregorio and Doña Dominga Andaman in 2003 and initially named St. Dominic College of Arts and Sciences. SDCA offers preschool, primary, secondary, tertiary, and postgraduate education, as well as a vocational education program. In 2019, St. Dominic College of Asia was granted the regulated status by the Commission on Higher Education in the Philippines. The grant of the regulated status is given to private HEIs that have consistently demonstrated exemplary performance in the provision of education, research, and extension services while rationalizing supervision through progressive deregulation. In 2020, the Philippine Association of Colleges and Universities Commission on Accreditation awarded St. Dominic College of Asia as the top three college with the highest accredited programs in the Philippines for the third time. St. Dominic College of Asia is divided into five schools: the Graduate School, the Basic and Senior High School Education Department, and the SDCA. It offers 17 undergraduate and 3 graduate degree programs. In 2022, Dr. Andaman announced plans to build the School of Medicine for SDCA's 20th anniversary. Thank you to our organizing team for their dedication and hard work. Let us give them a virtual round of applause for their efforts. Okay, and now let us take a closer uh, look at some key highlights and important details about this conference, the second international conference on applied science, business and management, engineering and technology 2026 serves as an interdisciplinary platform where engineering and technology, science, education, business, social sciences, and humanities converge to explore innovative solutions for a sustainable future. The event will take place on March 30 to 31, 2026 in Dubai, United Arab Emirates. So this international conference brings together distinguished researchers, scholars, academicians, and industry professionals from around the world to share knowledge, exchange ideas, and promote collaborative research. The conference provides an engaging forum for presenting pioneering research, innovative concepts, and emerging technologies aimed at addressing pressing global challenges. Through insightful keynote speeches, research presentations, and interactive discussions, this conference fosters meaningful dialogue, networking, and collaborative initiatives that drive innovation and societal progress. The purpose of the second International Conference on Applied Science, Business and Management, Engineering and Technology 2026 is to serve as a premier platform dedicated to promoting sustainability and innovation across these critical fields, guided by the theme Driving Innovation and Sustainable Solutions, Interdisciplinary Approaches in Applied Sciences, Business and Technology. The conference seeks to address complex global challenges through collaborative and multidisciplinary perspectives. So it provides an opportunity for researchers, scholars, and professionals to present their innovative research, exchange knowledge, and engage in meaningful discussions on emerging technologies and sustainable practices. So by encouraging interdisciplinary collaboration and knowledge sharing, the conference aims to inspire solutions that contribute to global progress and sustainable development while expanding the academic and professional horizons of its participants. The following are the objectives of the conference. First, to promote interdisciplinary research and constructive discussion among scholars and professionals in applied sciences, business and management, engineering and technology. Next is to encourage the exploration and advancement of innovative and social practices, sustainable practices that address contemporary global challenges. And lastly, to build a collaborative network of researchers, academicians, and industry experts dedicated to developing practical and impactful solutions for real-world problems. At this moment, it is our great pleasure to warmly welcome our distinguished speakers and guests, Dr. Gitalakshmi Rajaratinam, Ma'am, Dr. Divakar Tripathi, Dr. Manar Al-Khatib, Dr. Rania Lampu, Dr. Renante Diamante,
Hello, good
Dr. Gerald
afternoon.
Akan, Associate Professor Dr. Aldin Malte de Guzman, Associate Professor Dr. Moog Zaki bin Awangchek, Dr. Nagarayan S., Dr. Anu Sayel, and Dr. Kelvin Lee Yongming, and Dr. P. Sri Ramchandra. We are truly honored by your presence and grateful for your valuable participation in today's conference. On behalf of all dignitaries and participants, we are happy to release our conference proceedings of the second International Conference on Applied Science, Business and Management, Engineering and Technology 2026, which is organized by Conworld Educational Research and Development Association, or CERADA, in association with St. Dominic College of Asia, Philippines. Thank you all for joining us. So before we proceed, we would like to commemorate this special moment. So we would like to capture it through virtual photo, group photo. May we kindly request everyone to turn on their cameras and let's take a group photo. Okay. And 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Thank you.
Once again, thank you everyone. So at this juncture, it is my privilege to introduce the founder of Conworld Educational Research and Development Association, or CERADA, Dr. Gitalakshmi Rajaratinam, MD. She is an entrepreneur and the founder and managing director of CERADA. She earned her doctorate in biotechnology from the School of Bioengineering at SRM University Katankulator Campus, Chennai in 2013. Driven by a passion for societal and academic achievement, Dr. Gitalakshmi actively engages in various socio-academic initiatives aimed at community welfare. With over 15 years of experience as a researcher and consultant, she served as a reviewer for esteemed journals such as Elsevier and Springer. Her scholarly contributions include numerous impact publications in Scopus and C journals, reflecting an H index of 9 and cumulative impact factor of 30. Dr. Gita Lakshmi research interests lie in biochemistry, microbiology, biotechnology, and R&D, particularly within agro and pharmaceutical industries. Her dedication to innovation and growth in these fields underscores her commitment to advancing scientific progress and fostering development across interdisciplinary domains. Let us all warmly welcome Dr. Gitalakshmi Rajarathinam as she delivers her welcome speech.
Unmute, Doctor. Dr. Gita.
Thank you for the warm welcome, Ms. Jamaica. So, distinguished guests, respected keynote speakers, honorable delegates, researchers, academicians, and dear participants, a very warm and gracious welcome to all of you. On behalf of Sereda, it is my great privilege and honor to welcome you to the second International Conference on Applied Science, Business and Management, Engineering and Technology, ICABMET-2026, proudly organized by Confold Education Research and Development Association in association with St. Dominic College of Asia, Philippines. So we truly delighted to have such an esteemed gathering of intellectuals and professionals from across the globe. Your presence here today reflects your shared commitment to advancing knowledge, fostering innovations, and addressing contemporary challenges across multidisciplinary domains. ICABMET 2026 serves as their dynamic platform for the exchange of ideas, research insights, and practical solutions in the fields of business, management, engineering, and emerging technologies. In today's rapidly evolving world, collaboration between academia and industry is much more important than ever, and this conference stands as a testament to that vision. We are especially grateful to our keynote speakers and session chairs whose expertise and experience will undoubtedly enrich the discussions and inspire new perspectives. To all our participants, we encourage you to actively engage, network, and make the most of this opportunity to learn and collaborate. We would also like to extend our sincere appreciation to our organizing team and partners for their dedicated efforts in making this conference a reality. As we begin this exciting journey of knowledge, sharing innovation, I wish you all a productive, insightful, and memorable experience at ICABMET 2026. Thank you once again for joining us. Have a wonderful conference ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Gita Lakshmi, for sharing such a valuable and very welcoming message. So before we proceed to the next welcoming message, may I request everyone to please open their cameras to take a group photo with Dr. Gita Lakshmi. Okay, in 3, 2, 1. Thank you once again. Okay, we will now proceed with the next welcome speech from Dr. Diwakar Tripathi. Dr. Tripathi is currently serving as the head of the Department of Computer Science and Controller of Examinations at SS Manyar College of Computer and Management, Nagpur, Maharashtra, India. He is also recognized as a PhD supervisor at Rashtrasan Tokadoji Maharaj, Nagpur University, and a visiting faculty member at ISBM University. With over 13 years of professional experience in the field of information technology, Dr. Tripathi brings extensive expertise in consulting, training, and IT management. His core competencies include capability enhancement, enterprise analysis, and IT security and business analysis. He is an ISO certified lead auditor and a Microsoft certified technology specialist. Dr. Tripathi has contributed significantly to academic research, publishing more than 20 papers in reputable international and national journals and conferences, many of which are Scopus Index and UGC approved. He holds over 10 national and international patents and has registered 11 copyrights. Additionally, he is a registered trademark attorney with the Government of India. He has been the recipient of over 12 national and international awards in recognition of his contributions to the field of computer science. Notable accolades include the Bharat Nepal Seksha Vibhushan Award, the Innovative Research Award, and the Albert Einstein Award at the international level. Dr. Tripathi holds fellow memberships in several esteemed professional organizations, including Institute of Research Engineers and Doctors in New York, USA, International Scientific Research Organization for Science, Engineering, and Technology, Indian Academicians and Researchers Association, and Scholars Academic and Scientific Society. So with that impressive background, let us now hear from Dr. Diwakar Tripathi.
Thank you, Jamika. Am I audible?
Yes, doctor.
Yeah. Okay. So, respected dignitaries and distinguished keynote speaker, esteemed session chair, researchers, academicians, and dear participants, a very warm good morning to everyone. It is my great honor and privilege to welcome you all to the second International Conference on Applied Science, Business and Management, Engineering and Technology, ICABMET 2026, organized under the inspiring theme, Driving Innovations and Sustainable Solutions, Interdisciplinary Approach in Applied Sciences, Business and Technology. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizing body, Commonwealth Education Research and Development Association, CREDA, and St. Dominic College of Asia, Philippines, for bringing together such an intellectual, vibrant global platform. Today, we are witnessing a remarkable gathering of brilliant minds from across the world. This conference is not just an academic event, it is a confluence of ideas, innovations, and collaborations that will shape the future of research and development. In an era where challenges are increasingly complex, ranging from technological disruptions to sustainability concerns, it is the only through interdisciplinary collaborations that we are create impactful and lasting solutions. As highlighted in the program schedules, we are the fortunate to have eminent keynote speaker, distinguished session experts who will share their valuable insights across the diverse domain. Their contributions will undoubtedly inspire new perspectives and encourage meaningful discussions. I would like to appreciate all the researchers and participants who have contributed their valuable work. Your dedications and commitment to advancing knowledge are the true pillars of this conference. I encourage all the participants to engage actively in the discussions, share innovative ideas, and build collaborations beyond geographical boundaries. Because the true success of a conference lies not only in the presentation but in the connections and knowledge exchange it fosters. As the conference chair, I assure you that we are committed to maintaining the highest standards of academic excellence and integrity and inclusive throughout this event. Let this conference be a platform where ideas transform into the innovations, research leads to real world impact, and collaborations build a sustainable future. Before I conclude, I would like to once again welcome all of you and wish you a productive, insightful, and inspiring conference experience. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Dr. Tripathi. So we will have a quick group photo again with you, sir. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Thank you. At this point, we now move to one of the most exciting parts of our program, the keynote uh, sessions. So to give us glimpse of her outstanding achievements, allow me to share her brief bio note. Dr. Rania Lampo is a multi-awarded global educator, STEM instructor, ICT teacher trainer, researcher, international speaker, author, and global peace ambassador in Greece. Currently, she works at the Greek Ministry of Education, Directorate of Educational Technology and Innovation, where she writes STEAM projects for Greek schools. She also she is also a STEM instructor at the Greek Astronomy and Space Company in Annex of Salamis. She has been awarded many national and international prizes, over 200, and she is a Global Teacher Award from 2019 to 2021 AKS Award winner and Global Teacher Prize finalist in 2019 Barkey Foundation. She has been selected as a Global Icon 2020, featured in Fashion Vista magazine, among the top 10 women entrepreneurs featured in Fortune, among the 100 most successful women in business featured in an Amazon book by Global Trade Chamber, and among the top 10 CEOs of the year from 2021 to 2022 by DigiSharks and Indian Alert. She also features in the books 30 Shining Stars of the World, Hidden's Book 2023, Queen's Book from 2021 and 2022, and Hoinser Global Women Book 2023 by Hoinser Media Group. She promotes SEM vision by integrating it into astronomy and physics projects and combining STEM with language teaching. She is the founder and international coordinator of numerous innovative projects focused on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. She is also an author of scientific books for kids. She is a social activist and a member of the Educational Committee of the Ecumenical Delphic Union in collaboration with Harvard University. She collaborates with many international organizations and has received many humanitarian and peace awards from international humanitarian organizations. Dr. Lempo is an editorial board member of many journals. She has presented her research in numerous international conferences and published in various journals. With that inspiring introduction, let us now give a warm welcome to our keynote speaker, Dr. Rania Lampo, as she delivers her speech.
Warm greetings from Greece, from Athens. Thank you so much, Ms. Jamaica, for the beautiful introduction. Very honored and very excited to be invited to this second international conference on applied science, business and management, engineering and technology. I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations to all organizers of San Dominic College of Asia and the Comfort Educational Research and Development Association. And I would like to warmly thank Dr. Lampli, the founder of Serada, for the kind invitation. And of course, this conference, as you said, stands as a powerful platform for the disciplinary collaboration. Such collaboration is not just valuable, but essential nowadays. And this also platform provides an opportunity to explore here cutting-edge research, to share best practices, and of course to foster partnerships that extend beyond borders. So let this conference not be a venue for learning, but also a space for inspiration and collaboration. Once again, welcome for me too. And my topic today will focus on AI and machine learning and predictive analytics. Before starting to share my presentation, just I would like to say that data nowadays has become one of the most valuable resources. Every click, transaction, and interaction generates information. And the real power lies not just in collecting this data, but in understanding and using it to make informed decisions. And this is where artificial intelligence and machine learning step in. So the field of machine learning has transformed predictive analytics from simple statistical forecasting into a dynamic, intelligent process capable of uncovering hidden patterns, anticipating future trends, and driving innovation across industries, from improving healthcare outcomes to enhancing customer experiences, for optimizing business strategies. So many applications. You can see that the impact is both profound and far-reaching. So together, today we will explore how these technologies are shaping the future, how machines are learning from data, adapting over time, and helping us make smarter, faster, and more accurate decisions. So I will start sharing my presentation now, if you allow me. I don't know if it's visible now.
Yeah, it's already visible, ma'am.
It's moving also. Is it moving?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So first, we need to understand what is the difference between descriptive, predictive, and prescriptive analytics. Descriptive analytics explains what has happened in the past. So here, what data we use, historical data, logs, reports. For example, we say sales increased by 15% last quarter. What is the use case here? We need to identify patterns and trends for reporting and understanding performance. On the other hand, predictive analytics, this predicts what is likely to happen in the future. So the data used here is historical data plus statistical models plus machine learning. For example, we say customer X is likely to churn within the next 30 days. The use case here is forecasting sales, the customer behavior, inventory needs, and risk assessment. So the key point is that predictive analytics actually answers what might happen rather than just what happened. Prescriptive analytics recommends what actions should be taken to achieve a desired outcome. The data we use are predictive insights, business rules, optimization models. An example, for example, we say offer a 10% discount to customer X to reduce churn risk. So what is the use case here is the decision making, resource allocation, and strategy optimization. So descriptive has to do with the past, predictive with the future, and prescriptive, it's about action, what we should do. Predictive analytics is actually the bridge between understanding the past and making informed decisions for the future, and why this is a cornerstone of digital information. Now, AI machine learning, of course, through identifying patterns in data, through forecasting future events, through supporting decision making, through enabling automation, can actually contribute to predictive analytics. And what are the key steps now in developing a predictive analytics model using ML? First, we need to clearly identify the business or research question that we want to answer. Then determine whether the task is classification, regression, or time series prediction. For example, we want to predict the customer churn, this is a classification, or if we want to forecast sales revenue, this is a regression. Then we collect and we gather data. We acquire relevant data from internal systems, sensors, social media, or APIs, or public datasets, and we ensure data quality, completeness, and representativeness. Third step is the data cleaning and pre-processing. Here, we try to handle missing values, outliers, and inconsistent data. We normalize and standardize features to ensure uniform scaling. And then we encode categorical variables into numerical forms if required. Exploratory data analysis. So we analyze data here to identify patterns, correlations, and trends. We visualize distributions and relationships using plots and summary statistics. And this, of course, helps in selecting relevant features for the model. Feature engineering. Here we try to create or transform features that improve model performance. For example, when we combine data time features into seasons or workdays, when we aggregate transaction data into averages or counts, And we reduce here dimensionality if it's needed using techniques like PCA, so principal component analysis. After we split data into training and testing sets, so we divide data into training set to train the machine learning model and testing set to evaluate its predictive performance. The common split is 70 to 80% for training and 20 to 30% for testing. Then we select and train a machine learning model. So we choose appropriate algorithm based on the problem type. For regression, we have, for example, linear regression or random forest. For classification, logical regression or decision trees or neural networks. For time series, we have ARIMA, LSTML. And train the model on the training dataset and tune high parameters. Finally, we evaluate model performance. We assess model using metrics such as accuracy, precision, recall, F1 score, or the mean absolute error, the mean squared error. We use cross-validation to ensure robustness and generalization. And finally, we deploy and monitor the model. So we deploy the model in a production environment for real-time or batch predictions. Continuously monitor performance and update the model as new data or patterns emerge. So this is more or less the model and what steps it involves. Here, now we have, in terms of predictive analytics now, supervised and supervised learning. Supervised learning uses labeled data, meaning that each input has a known output. For example, past sales data with actual revenue. So the model learns to predict outcomes based on historical examples. Common tasks here could be classification, for example, spam and not spam mails, and regression, where we want to predict the house prices. And on the other hand, supervised learning, which uses unlabeled data with no predefined outputs, and the model here identifies patterns and structures in the data. So common tasks is when we want, for instance, to cluster, to group customers by behavior, or what we call dimensionality reduction, when we want to simplify complex data. So the key difference is that supervised learning predicts known outcomes using labeled data, while unsupervised learning finds hidden patterns in unlabeled data. And this distinction helps businesses choose the right approach for tasks like forecasting versus customer segmentation. The common types of predictive models is SEO models I mentioned before, which predict a continuous numeric value. Classification models predict a categorical outcome. A time series forecasting, which predict the future values based on temporal patterns. For example, here the stock trends or weather forecasting or demand forecasting. And clustering and anomaly detection. Here, this groups similar data points, often used for customer segmentation. For clustering and anomaly detection, it identifies unusual patterns such as fraud or equipment failure. Now, the data preparation. Why the data quality is crucial for predictive analytics? Very important point, because predictive analytics relies on historical data in order to forecast the future trends. This means that if data is incomplete, outdated, or incorrect, predictions will be inaccurate. For example, if customer purchase history is missing or duplicated, then churn predictions may flag the wrong customers. Second, high-quality data ensures that patterns identified by machine learning or statistical models are true reflections of reality, not artifacts of bad data. So the impact is that this reduces false positives or negatives in predictions. Businesses act on predictive insights to plan strategies, allocate resources, or offer personalized services. So poor data means bad decisions, wasted resources, or customer dissatisfaction. For example, when we misjudge a product demand, this could lead to overstocking or stockouts. The model performance. Predictive models are only as good as the data used to train them. So high quality, clean and consistent data improves model accuracy and generalization. On the other hand, low quality data leads to biased or unstable models. The issue of compliance and trust, because many industries have strict regulations on data accuracy, for example, in healthcare or in finance. So poor data quality can lead to legal penalties and loss of stakeholder trust. So the key dimensions here of data quality are the completeness, all required data is available, accuracy, data correctly reflects reality, consistency. This means that there is uniform format and values across data sets, timeliness, data up to date, and validity, data conforms to defined role. Without high quality data, predictive analytics cannot deliver reliable, actionable insights. Feature selection, feature engineering, both improve model accuracy. Feature selection involves choosing the most relevant variables from the dataset while removing redundant or irrelevant features. So this reduces, of course, noise and prevents overfitting. It makes the model more generalizable. And on the other hand, the feature engineering involves creating new features or transforming existing ones to better represent the underlying patterns in the data. So this helps the model capture complex relationships that raw data alone might not reveal. When they work together, by selecting the right features, engineering meaningful ones, models become simpler, faster, and more accurate. Now, the common techniques to handle missing values, removing data, imputation, all the types of imputation here are simple, predictive, key nearest, multiple imputation, using algorithms, handle missing data, indicator method, data interpolation, etc. On the other hand, I mentioned before about dimensionality reduction, which reduces complexity, prevents overfitting, visualizes high-dimensional data, and improves performance. Now, what role does data normalization or scaling in plain ML predictive models? Here we can see that features in raw data can have different ranges. Many ML algorithms are sensitive to feature magnitude. Without scaling, features with larger ranges can dominate the model, biasing predictions. The common techniques here are min-max scaling, so scales values to a fixed range, usually from 0 to 1. Standardization, so the z-score when centers data around mean 0 and standard deviation 1. And robust scaling, which actually uses a median and interquartile range to reduce the effect of outliers. What is the impact here on predictive models? Faster convergence means that algorithms like gradient descent converge more quickly. Improved accuracy because models like KNN give balanced importance to all features. And reduced bias because this prevents dominance of features with large numeric ranges. So data normalization or scaling ensures that machine learning predictive models treat all features fairly, improves training efficiency, and enhances model performance, making it a critical step in building reliable AI solutions. Now, I want to compare regression-based methods with tree-based methods. Decision trees, random forest, etc., in predictive analytics. First, here we can see regression-based methods. We have a linear regression. The purpose here is to predict continuous numerical outcomes. What is the strength? The strength is that it's fast to train, it's simple to understand, and it works well for linearly related variables. On the other hand, what are the limitations? That is more sensitive to outliers. Has a poor performance with complex patterns. It assumes linear relationship. Logistic regression, the purpose here is to predict binary outcomes. The strength is that it provides probabilities for classification, it works well for linearly separable data, but on the other hand, is limited in capturing complex interactions. So the best use cases here is for self-forecasting, for simple classification problems, rescoring, etc. On the other hand, tree-based methods, decision trees, The purpose of decision trees is to predict the continuous or categorical outcomes by splitting data into branches based on feature values. What are the strengths here? The strength is that it captures nonlinear relationships in comparison to what was happening before with regression. It's easy to visualize and interpret, and it handles both categorical and numerical data. What are the limitations? That it can overfit easily, that it is sensitive to small changes in data. The random forest, it's an ensemble of multiple decision trees to improve accuracy and robustness. So the strength is that it handles complex nonlinear relationships well. It is less prone to overfitting than single trees. It can automatically rank feature importance. And what are the limitations? Is that it's harder to interpret than single trees. It computationally is more intensive. And the best use cases of random forest is in fraud detection, recommendation systems, complex prediction models with nonlinear relationship with customer segmentation. So here we can see this table very clearly, the key difference between regression-based methods and tree-based methods. The first one is faster, the other one we have slower and moderate in terms of computation. Linear, non-linear, the other one. High interpretability, moderate interpretability. Sensitive in terms of handling applies, robust, the other one. Less prone for overfitting, decisions tree, high risk. So these are more or less the differences. Now, how does a support vector machine work for classification tasks? This is a supervised machine learning platform used for classification tasks. So how it works? It works by finding the optimal boundary, what we call hyperplane, that separates data points of different classes. So here is a step-by-step explanation. This support vector machine maps input data points in an n-dimensional space and identifies a hyperplane that maximizes the margin between classes. So the margin is the distance between the hyperplane and the nearest point from its class, called support vectors. Then for data sets that are not linearly separable, this support vector machine uses a kernel function to transform the data into a higher dimensional space where a separated hyperplane can be found. And making predictions, once trained, this model predicts the class of a new data point based on which side of the hyperplane it falls on. The advantage is that it's very effective in high-dimensional spaces. It's robust against overfitting, especially when the number of features exceeds the number of samples, and it can handle both linear and nonlinear classification tasks. So this works how? By finding the hyperplane that best separates classes using support vectors to maximize the margin and kernels to handle complex nonlinear data, making it powerful tool for classification problems. Assembly models have bagging, which builds multiple independent models on different random subsets of the training data. Boosting, which builds models sequentially, where each new model focuses on correcting the errors of the previous models. And stacking, which actually combines different types of models, heterogeneous learners, rather than the same type. The role of neural networks also. Neural networks are a type of machine learning model inspired by the structure of human brain. They are made up of layers of interconnected neurons, so mathematical functions that process data and learn patterns. So what they are in simple terms, we have an input layer which takes in the raw data, the numbers, the text, or anything else. Hidden layers which transform the data by applying weights and activation functions, and output layer which produces the final prediction or classification. So each connection has a weight that gets adjusted during training, so the network improves over time. And this learning process is typically done using an algorithm called backpropagation. So how these neural networks are actually applied in predictive analytics? In time series forecasting for predicting stock prices, sales, weather patterns. For example, we want to forecast next month's revenue based on past trends. For customer behavior, will a customer churn, leave? Identifying unusual patterns in transactions for detection, risk assessment, credit scoring in banking. For recommendation systems, predicting what users will like for movies, for products, what Amazon, Netflix are doing, recommendation systems. And why neural networks are effective? Because they can handle large and complex data sets. They can capture nonlinear relationships that automatically learn features, so less manual work. And but on the other hand, there are some limitations to keep in mind that they require a lot of data and computing power, that this can be hard to interpret, what we call the black box dilemma. The major challenge of machine learning is the black box dilemma. What is the black box dilemma? Is that there is no transparency. We don't know the inner processes that jump to conclusions. So these machines arrive to conclusions without explaining how. This is what we call the black box dilemma. And this is what now the experts of AI machine learning are trying to do to mitigate this black box phenomenon. The risk of overfitting also. So think of a neural network like a very flexible curve that bends itself to fit your data. Once it learns the shape of past data, it can extend that curve to make predictions about the future. The time series model here, wait a minute. Okay, wait. We have model evaluation. Model evaluation. Here we have the metrics which are used to evaluate the predictive models. So classification metrics, accuracy, precision, recall, regression metrics, the cross-validation techniques which help assessing the model performance. So here we can see some cross-validation techniques, reducing variance in performance estimates, the key-fold cross-validation, etc. Now, what is overfitting? Fitting is this happens in predictive modeling when a model learns the training data too well, including noise or random fluctuations, making it perform poorly on unseen data. So essentially, the model becomes too complex and fails finally to generalize. The ways to prevent to simplify the model, the cross-validation I said before, using techniques like K-fold cross-validation, the regularization, apply methods like lasso, reach, the pruning, increase the data, and early stopping. Now, another important issue is what we call receiver operating characteristic curve and area under the curve. Now, here we can see that the curve is a graphical representation of a classifier's performance across different thresholders. So what is the purpose here is to show how well a model can distinguish between positive and negative classes at various thresholding settings. So here we can see the interpretation. The closer the curve is to the top left corner, the better the model is. The area under the curve, which measures the area under the receiver operating characteristic curve, giving a single scalar value to summarize model performance. So here we have rates 0 to 1. And what about interpretation? Higher values here indicate better ability to rank positive instances higher than negative ones. So why these are useful? Because it's about the threshold-dependent evaluation. Here we can see that unlike accuracy, which depends on the specific threshold, this evaluates model performance across all thresholds. The first one is useful for imbalanced data sets. For comparison of models, they allow easy comparison of multiple models, and for decision making, because these curves help choose the optimal threshold depending on whether minimizing false positives or false negatives is most important. So why it is important to test predictive models? To avoid overfitting, I mentioned before, to measure the true performance, to detect the biases, etc. The applications are numerous now in healthcare, in finance, in retail, in marketing, and some examples here of a case of Amazon and Netflix, these platforms which use AI to predict what products or content a customer is likely to buy, or watch based on past behavior, preferences, and interactions. The customer churn prediction, where machine learning models here analyze patterns in customer usage, engagement, and complaints to predict which customers are likely to leave a service, allowing proactive retention strategies. The sales forecasting, because AI models here forecast future demand for products by analyzing historical sales data, seasonal trends, and customer preferences, helping optimize inventory and marketing campaigns. Dynamic pricing, of course, because retailers and e-commerce platforms use AI to predict customer willingness to pay and adjust prices in real time based on demand, competitor pricing, and buying patterns. And customer segmentation, because these AI-driven clustering models analyze demographics, buying habits, and behavior to group customers into segments, enabling targeted marketing and personalized offers. So we can anticipate customer needs, we can optimize marketing, we can improve retention, we can increase sales, making a customer behavior analysis more proactive and more precise. Predictive maintenance, this can be implemented by defining the objective. Then we have data collection, pre-processing, the feature engineering, the model selection, training, deployment, and continuous monitoring. The real data, very crucial role in predictive analytics systems because it enhances the prediction accuracy, it improves the efficiency, it enables dynamic personalization, and supports proactive risk management. Now, how AI models adapt when patterns in data change over time through continuous learning, through window techniques, ensemble methods, using combination of methods, drift detection. Now the challenges, it is important to say the common challenges has to do with what I mentioned at the beginning, the data quality. Historical data may be insufficient for training AI models. Incomplete, inconsistent, noisy data can degrade model performance. So collecting and integrating data from multiple sources can be complex and time-consuming. The issue of data privacy, because predictive analytics often require sensitive customer or operational data. So this means that organizations must comply with data protection regulations like GDPR in Europe, for example. The risk of data breaches can hinder AI adoption. And the issue of complexity, because choosing the right AI or machine learning algorithm for the problem is challenging. Models require careful high-parameter tuning and validation to avoid overfitting or underfitting. The integration with existing systems, AI solutions must integrate with legacy IT infrastructure and operational processes. Poor integration, on the other hand, can lead to data silos or workflow inefficiencies, reducing the effectiveness of predictive analytics. The issue of interpretability and quotability, what I mentioned before about black boxes, lack of explainability can make stakeholders hesitant to trust predictions or use them for critical decisions, so we need more interpretable, explainable models. Resources skill constraints, because developing predictive models requires data scientists, AI engineers, domain experts. Small or medium organizations may struggle with limited technical expertise or budget. Changing business environment, because predictive models trained on historical data may become less accurate if market conditions or customer behavior change. And continuous model retraining and monitoring are necessary to maintain accuracy. The cost return investment uncertainty, because implementing AI solutions can be expensive, including software, hardware, and human resources. So measuring the return on investment can be difficult, especially in early adoption stages. The issue of bias, very important, and how to mitigate them through diversity and balance. We try to diversify and balance the data set through bias detection, through feature selection and preprocessing, the fairness constraint modeling. So use algorithms that explicitly enforce fairness and continuous monitoring. The ethical concerns that arise also in decision making has to do again with transparency, explainability, equitability, liability, misuse, manipulation, and how finally explainable AI improve trust because we can, for example, predicting health risks from consumer wearable data without user approval. This is a privacy violation. When, for example, the loan approval models denying applications disproportionately to certain groups is another issue of discrimination. So predictive analytics often relies on large volumes of personal data. Collecting, storing, or analyzing sensitive information without consent is something that can violate privacy rights. And on the other hand, models can replicate or amplify social biases. This can lead to unfair decisions about race, gender, age, etc. The lack of transparency I mentioned before, the accountability responsibility, when decisions are automated, it's unclear who is responsible for mistakes or harmful outcomes. Autonomous vehicles making, for example, accident-related decisions, predictive policing tools targeting commuters unfairly, this could be a problem. An example, I'm saying now, and the issue of informed consent, individuals may be unaware of how their data is being used for predictive analytics. So this requires clear communication and consent before data collection or analysis. And the other reliance on algorithms. So the best practices is to ensure data privacy and security, audit models for bias and fairness, maintain transparency, assign accountability, combine human judgment with algorithmic insights, and finally, regulatory standards impact the predictive analytics in terms of data collection restrictions. The first one principle is what we call data minimization. Collect only the data necessary for the predictive task. For example, here in my country, we had recently a scandal with the leak of students' private data, sensitive data, and this is a huge scandal. So educational institutions must be very, very careful about this principle, data minimization, the right to access, right to explanation and portability, and data storage. Personal data must be stored securely and protected against breaches. And using third-party data or cross-border data transfer is heavily regulated at GDPR. So organizations may face limitations on training models with the national sensitive data sets. This impacts predictive accuracy. So we'll stop here. Thank you very much. It's a wonderful opportunity. I hope it was not so technical and so heavy. And for any question, I'm here to discuss.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rania Lampo, for gracing us with such an impactful and insightful speech. Before we proceed to the next keynote speaker, may we request everyone to open their cameras for a quick group photo. Okay, in 3, 2, 1. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so our next keynote speaker is Dr. Manar Al-Khatib, the head of Program BSCCS and an assistant professor at the British University in Dubai, UAE. Dr. Manar earned her PhD in computer science from the British University in Dubai in July 2019. During her graduate studies, she worked as a faculty member, teaching various courses, and had the opportunity to develop her skills as an educator at British University in Dubai, Said University, and HCT. She has publications on deep neural networks, machine translation, sentiment analysis, computational morphology, data mining, and information retrieval. Her research interests in artificial intelligence include large language model, deep learning, machine learning, big data analysis, natural language processing, computational linguistics, and image processing and speech recognition. Now, may we invite Dr. Manar Al-Khatib to deliver her keynote address.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. It's actually morning in Dubai here. I hope you are well. I wish that we had a conference in Dubai on campus or in physically on Dubai, but that's fine. We will have it this time online. I'm here today to present my title, which is a part of our project that we have it. Let me first share my slides. So today I will be presenting my research as a part of our project that we are working on it, AI for inclusive education, deep learning for image classification to assist visually impaired in university settings, in university environment. This is a kind of project that we are working with it on it, and still we are working on it with the Zayed University, another government university in Dubai. I would like to start first with the table of content, the agenda that we will talk about the introduction, motivation, problem statement, related work that have been done, methodology about the data that we collected and what the kind of pre-processing steps that we went through, about the models that we applied and compared between the experiment results, the performance analysis, and the end with the conclusion. I would like to start first to talk about the challenge of campus navigation and how it is difficult for individually impaired people and for students who had actually an issue, and we consider them as a special needs student with individual impaired. They will not be able to explore the campus and to go independently actually to navigate the campus. So universities like government university or big universities, they are very wide, big, with the classes, laboratories, cafeterias, and to explore all of these independently, it will be kindly difficult for them. And to have someone to depend on and help all the time, it will be at the same time difficult. So from this point, we came with our actually system application to help the student to navigate the university. We started with the Zayed University to navigate it independently, to have a navigation with different conditions, with different lighting, occlusions to take in consideration, to avoid any object and obstacles, to have different actually layout of classes to include all of this. So our system that I'll talk about it today, that we have actually about how to have a system for individual impaired students to be able to navigate the environment, the educational environment, the university independently, to help them to navigate, go to the classrooms, laboratory, cafeterias, to walk around the university without any help. To start with kind of this project, we need to have and to look about what existing solution we have right now and to search what kind of gaps and what kind of technology we have right now within the industry, within the education, so we can start from that point and we can start to build our system. And what we can have as a unique actually to include in our system, especially that we are looking for a system that will talk and have a speech actually instructions in Arabic language. So with it, and we explored many research that have been done. We actually went through many publications, many tools in industry. We look around to see what is the best we can go for it, what kind of architecture and what kind of models we need to build and what kind of actually algorithms we need to go for, and will help and support in our system so we can have it in Arabic language. Beside English, which is the main language, it will be English, but we also prefer to have an Arabic language for other students who has a difficulties as well in English or has a difficulties in learning as well, and to have an Arabic language as a native language with them. From related work that have been done and from the literature review that we did, we found many actually CNN architectures with the CNN-net, VGG, efficient net for image classification. We had many models that have been done we found tools and have been application for navigation that have been done with the MIT 67. We have a data set available online, but from our research and what we are looking for, we need to have a data set that belongs to a university's environment, to campuses. We need to have a very efficient actually model to be built and to accommodate and to have it to run and train on a huge data. So we were looking actually for a large language model to be built and used to train our big data that will be collected from our campus and to work on it. So we specified the gaps that we need. We have defined our gaps, what we need, what we are looking for, and what is the target of performance we need to reach so we can have the system working effectively actually with the students, especially that we are looking for a system will work as a live actually, not storing and working after a while. It has to be alive so the students can use it during their life and depend on it. We started actually the project by collecting the data, and we collected our data from Zayed University. We started with a small data, then we increased it to reach actually 300,000 images that have been collected from Zayed University, Abu Dhabi, Zayed University, Dubai, and British University. We started them under 18 classes. We did a pre-processing step to make them normalized and ready to be used and trained in our model. We started after that to build our training model that we have to use it as a large language model and to have it as a big data analysis and training. So we started to do more than one model architecture to build and do a fine tuning for the models to have actually more than architecture model and to compare between them and to build actually also a hybrid models. So we had 5 different architecture, advanced architecture of convolutional neural network, EfficientNet, ResNet 50, VGG 819, AlexNet, custom CNN fine tuning CNN. And then we started to build many hybrid models actually to combine between them to have the best actually evaluation and to have the best results. Then we have the performance. So here as a total, we have a 330,000 images as a total that have been collected from the environments with 18 classes. Each class actually it has for each label or each class we have for classroom, doors, whiteboards, fire extinguisher, share, signs, walls, stairs. Even we collected from during our project the signboards, the letters that have been left in faculty's door, any note, any letter, any board sign, any announcement actually we included in our project in our data collection. We recorded many videos, around 8,000 video, and we recorded also voice video, image videos, and also we had images from our event that have been published online. So we have around 12,000 images. We collected them from online from our websites to collect more data. We have the data built in different variety, in different conditions, with different lighting condition, different image size, resolution, various camera angles, alignment, different angles, different light, different shape of the object, different chairs, let's say, different signs, different walls, stairs, in different situation conditions. We put all of this in consideration actually when we were building our data corpus and when we were collecting the data and trying to pre-process it and to make it ready for the training model. So we did a pre-processing pipeline. To make the data ready, we had the label encoding, resizing, normalization, splitting, data augmentation. So we spent many time, actually a good effort and time on our data to make it ready and to make it available and ready to be used with our model. We applied the data on EfficientNet. We applied it in VGG and ResNet 50, AlexNet. We tried each one individually as one model. Then we did a hybrid model between them. And we did a comparison between them to get the best result and to get the best actually performance so we can depend on it. We actually used ResNet 50, Efficient Net. We used VGG with different versions. We did fine tuning for them. We built the models. We have them, as I said, as a hybrid. We did a comparison. Then we started to have a training parameters for them with different training parameters, epoch iterations, the GPU, to have the best, actually, as I said, performance, and to have best evaluation, fastest actually running for the system to be when it is implemented, different situation, different GPU, different actually epoch, increase the epoch, minimize the epoch, so iterations of running for the deep learning. So we got the following results after applying all of our models with the system, with the collected data. And the best it was for the efficient net without any hybrid, actually. And as you see here from the results, that we have efficient hybrid, actually efficient net, the 50, that it was the best result that we got. Then with the hybrid, then we improved and we did a fine tuning with for the efficient net to get without any hybrid 96%, which is the highest one up to now in the research, that up to our knowledge, that efficient net got as a performance with this kind of data 96%. Then we are continuing to do analysis, continuing to have a live stream for the application and to run it and to have the best accuracy, recall, F1 score, precision, have less actually error rate, because this is kind of sensitive actually applications that we will depend on. So we need it as accurate as much we have. So we need to have as I would say optimal one. So we can launch it to the student and let the students, at least starting with our university, to work on it and to actually depend on it and use it in their daily life, to navigate the university, to go from one classroom to another classroom, to go from the library to the cafeteria, to go to the departments, to go navigate the environment, navigate the campus independently, actually, without any need, any help, and to be free, I would say, by using the system. And it will be with the native language, Arabic language, English language, and we are working to have it in different languages, so to accommodate as much student as we can. As you can see here from the analysis, performance analysis that we did, many analysis, we did many evaluation. We still have challenges actually with the stairs, with the stand, with the small logos, with the small signboards that is far away. We couldn't do more zoom in to have it, but we are increasing the evaluation, increasing the performance to have it best. We did many comparisons so we can have a good system that students can use, and we can have a more practical, smart system. We are thinking also to integrate many actually AI system tool like smart glasses, to integrate it with our system to make it easier. So rather than depending on their mobile only, or to take a camera picture from their mobile, or to record from their mobile, we are thinking to have it more with the smart glasses, more with the accessories can be attached with the smart mobiles, with the smartphones, and to integrate it with our system, actually, to have more actually wearable cameras that will make it easier for them to use the application and to use this kind of navigation systems. As a start point, it will be the environment of university for them to navigate. We are trying to have more actually and to explore more environment for them. We are thinking about to have a smart campus infrastructure to help the individual impaired students to be and to feel free and to be like they can do everything. There is no limitation, and to have as much safety with monitoring, to have much actually facilities for them to help them. So can enhance the independency. Our system we're looking for to enhance the independency, improve the safety, time efficiency. They will not be late on the classes. They will not be late on the exams. They will not be late, or they will not waste the break of the between the lectures to navigate or to reach a cafeteria and go back to the classes. they will be able to have more academic integration and go to the classrooms, labs, faculties room, facilities. So it will help them to actually navigate, explore the environment of the university. And as I said, we are starting with the university. We'll move on to have bigger, wider environments to be included, inshallah, in our project. Still, we consider that the data we collected as still limited, and it is only, I think it's a small size of data. We are looking to have much bigger data. We counted only in 2 universities or two universities with 3 campuses. Still, I think it is not that big data. We need to collect more data or to include at least more other universities so they can also get use from this application. We are thinking to have cloud computing and how to work with it and connect it with the internet. So we are thinking to increase it and to have cloud storage with it. And we need to think about the class impulse actually with that, because we have different type of classes, different type of classrooms, layout, shape. And we have actually more than 600 classrooms. So we need to put in consideration how we can manage this kind of challenge and limitation. We need also to have a real-time, as we said, real-time deployment, but with less cost, and to be affordable for all students, and to have more speed, actually latency requirements, to have a real-time implementation. We are looking about many different actually limitations, challenges, and we are trying to solve them as we are going through the project. Of course, we have a future research directions, and we have actually future work to think about it and to explore by having more data set expansion, attention to mechanisms and different actually challenges that in the classroom, classifications, visually impaired in different environments, lightweight models, and how to have a mobile health model, or how to deal with this kind of application and this kind of system. We are thinking also to have multi-model integration, integrate multi AI integration tools, and to have more actually tools, AI tools to be integrated, to have it active learning and implement as an active learning for continuous improvement, and to have more actually human in loop annotation, and try to have, the minimal human in loop annotation, and to have it all systematic and all actually mobile application. We will think about having more comprehensive user guidance and user studies about how we can help more the individually impaired student with different evaluation, with different actually system integration. So we had actually a good system that have been right now launched. Can we use it within the environment? We can have it for individually impaired people. It's working up to now offline with a small size of data, so they can work on it and handle it, but it's not launched officially. Still, we are working on the cloud computing. So still, we are working in this kind of project, but I would like today actually to present it and to give it to you an idea about the project that we are working on in Zayed University and British University in Dubai, and what kind of technology we are working on right now in our departments, in the AI department, in computer science department in our universities. Thank you so much all for listening, and I hope that you enjoyed our project.
Yeah, a heartfelt thank you, Dr. Manar Al-Khatib, for that truly inspiring speech and, of course, your presentation. So, again, we'll take a group photo with Dr. Manar. May I request everyone to open their cameras. Okay. In 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Now, thank you, ma'am. Now it is my distinct honor to introduce our third keynote speaker. Dr. Renante Diamante is a distinguished figure in the field of IT education. Okay, sorry. So we'll now proceed to Next, keynote speaker. Okay, another distinguished keynote speaker who will share his expertise with us is Dr. Gerald Okan, the Dean of the Institute of Management and Business Allied Professions of Parañaque City College in the Philippines. Dr. Gerald Okan was born on October 24, 1997 in Rosario, Cavite to his proud parents Bayani and Priscilla Okan. He was raised in a humble household together with his four siblings Jingle Aruta, Glenn Okan, Janice Okan, and Josephine Okan. He completed his primary education at the Agustin Abadilla Elementary School and his secondary education at Rosario National High School, formerly Agustin Abadilla High School, where he graduated as first honorable mention of his batch, which is an early reflection of his dedication and academic excellence. Coming from a financially challenged family, Doctor Gerald learned the value of perseverance, discipline, and resilience at a young age. Determined to finish his studies, he supported himself through buying and selling various goods while pursuing his education. His hard work paid off as he earned his Bachelor of Science in Business Administration major in Marketing Management from San Sebastian College, Recoletos de Cavite. Without pause, he continued his journey by completing his master's in business administration at the same institution while working full-time. In December 2019, he reached another milestone by earning his doctorate in business administration from the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, a proof that persistence and passion can overcome any limitation. Doctor Gerald served for 19 years at GSIS Family Bank, a government-owned and controlled corporation, where he held key roles in branch operations, loan operations, and human resource development. Through his corporate career, he remained committed to education, serving as a part-time professor at various colleges and universities in Manila and sharing his real-world experience with aspiring professionals. On May 16, 2019, he joined St. Dominic College of Asia as a full-time faculty member under the Business Administration program. His competence and leadership quickly became evident, leading to his promotion as a program chairperson of the BS Administration program after only two consecutive semesters. A year later, he was appointed Dean of the School of Business and Computer Studies while concurrently serving as a program head for the both Business Administration and Master in Business Administration programs. In May 23, following an institutional reorganization and program clustering, he was appointed Dean of the School of Graduate School, further expanding his leadership role while retaining his responsibilities as program head of the Business Administration and MBA programs. Currently, Doctor Gerald serves as the Dean of the Institute of Management and Business Allied Professions at Parañaque City College and as part-time professor at different colleges and universities for both undergraduate and graduate studies, where he continues to inspire students, faculty, and future leaders through academic excellence, ethical leadership, and service. His unwavering commitment to teaching, leadership, and research has earned him numerous distinctions. He has been awarded the Excellent Faculty Award for 3 consecutive terms, named the Faculty of the Year in 2019, and recognized with several local and international awards for his outstanding contributions to research and academics. Without further ado, let us now give the floor to our distinguished keynote speaker, Dr. Gerald Garcia Ocan. Sir?
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Allow me to share my screen. I hope it's visible now.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Again, my presentation on the other screen. Do I need to fix mine? Wait, I'll try to redo my sharing. Uh-huh. Ian, I think it's better now, ma'am. Can I continue now?
Yes, sir. It's
Okay,
already
thank you.
visible.
Okay, I'm now on my slide 3. Okay, there are several reliable methods exist for forecasting sales beyond demand and supply analysis, including regression analysis, test marketing, exponential smoothing, and the moving average method. However, for the students' research purposes, a more practical and effective approach is to integrate market survey results, demand gap analysis, and trend analysis to generate well-founded and realistic sales projections. A feasibility study as a terminal requirement should not pose a significant challenge for students, provided that professors are able to thoroughly and effectively discuss this component of the paper. Equally important, students must develop a clear understanding of the figures, including their meaning and implications, to ensure sound analysis and decision making. There are key elements of feasibility study, and each represents a critical component of the overall proposal. Every aspect must be carefully evaluated and ultimately establish if feasible to ensure the viability of success of the project. So we have here the market feasibility equation is there enough demand for the product or service? The technical feasibility, do you have the resources, technology and skill needed? Financial feasibility, will the project be profitable and sustainable? Also, we have operational feasibility. Can the business operate efficiently on or on a daily basis? And lastly is a legal feasibility. Does it comply with laws and regulations? No, those are all the elements or key elements of the feasibility study. Okay, let's proceed with the demand analysis. Demand refers to the quantity of a product or service that consumers are willing and able to purchase at a given price within specific period of time. It influenced by several factors including price, income, consumer consumer preferences, prices of related goods, and population. For the reason that we are conducting a survey in the area where the product will be offered. We conduct surveys to establish product acceptability, purchase frequency, and consumers' capacity to acquire the product. We also gathered insights on the product characteristics which guide the proponents in developing an effective prototype. In addition, we analyzed historical population data to determine growth rate which are essential for accurate forecasting. So we have here the formula to compute growth rate, no, having the present less past over or divided by the past. So having such, we have to average all of the growth rate, and as per my example, we have here the 1.75% or 2%. From here, we will move on the projected demand. So I have here demand analysis. This is a process of studying, measuring, and forecasting demand. After determining the growth rate, we can estimate the projected demand. However, it is crucial to carefully design survey questions because the formula will be depending on how you ask questions on your survey questionnaire, particularly in specifying whether purchase or consumption frequency is measured on a weekly, monthly, or annual basis to ensure accuracy and reliability of the data. If we're going to ask if they're going to purchase product on an annual basis or once a year, there's no need for us to multiply it by 2 because this is more of the question of how many times they're going to purchase the product in a month. Okay, so again, formula here will be depending on how you ask questions, but the um, very goal of this is having an annual data. The ultimate goal, rather, of this or having the figures always be presented on an annual data. So we have here the projected annual demand is equal to population multiplied by market acceptability multiplied by frequency agreement multiplied by 12. So the population that being used here on a particular example is a 56,567 talking of a certain area here in Paranaque multiplied by 97%, whom are the respondents answered yes, they will purchase the product. No, that is more on the acceptability, and also they are wanting um, to have it. No, talking of the frequency agreement is they will purchase the product every month. The reason why we have here a multiplier of 12 because that the figure is more of a monthly basis and we need to get the annual. Getting the annual, no, we can have here the projected annual demand of 1,316,879.76. Again, we are depending on how we will formulate or using the formula, depending on the questions that being asked by the proponents. So that is more of a demand analysis. Another aspect of the discussion is the supply analysis. So we're now on the slide 7, no? So, supply refers to the quantity of goods, of services that producers are willing and able to offer per sale. This is on the other side, talking of the demand a while ago, that a buyer or purchase or a consumer is willing to purchase, no, to buy and purchase um at any given time. Supply here is more of quantity of goods or services that producers are willing and able to offer for sale at a given price and time. It is influenced by several factors, including the cost of production, technology, the number of sellers, government policies, and the prices of related goods. To determine the projected supply of a product, the proponents should analyze the sales performance over the past 3 years of operation. This analysis will help establish the growth rate, which is essential for making accurate supply projections. So we have here the different sales or production for the last 3 years of a certain company, having for the 2023, 5,808, for 2024, that's around 6,795, and for 2025 is 7,067. No, those are figures coming from the seller or the producer, no? So for us to have the growth rate, having the same formula, present minus past is under divided by past, that will give us 4% plus 17% equals to 10.5%, which is more of the average. No, if we're going to have it individually, having the present, that is more of the 6,795 minus 5,808 divided by 5,808. That will give us 17%. Same process that being applied in 2024, that will give us 4%. Again, to have the average that's around 10.5%. Okay? So I have here sort of how the sale of 5,808 are coming from the 121 production per week multiplied by 4 months, multiplied by annual. Why 4 months? Because the data are being presented on a weekly basis and we need to get the annual. These are all projected, these are all forecasted, and we need again to have the data on an annual basis. The reason why we have to multiply everything by 12, depending again on the data you gathered. Normally you gather daily or weekly, but that is not a problem because we can somehow derive still the annual or the monthly by having the 4 and the 12 respectively. Okay, for the projected supply, after identifying the growth rate that is around 10.5, we can now come up with the projected supply by multiplying the growth rate by the base year and the rest of the year. So we have here the formula: projected annual supply is equal to supply multiply the growth rate. So we have here the growth rate of 10.5, multiply it by the supply. So 10.5 multiplied by 7,067, that will give us 7,774. No? So continue the process then until you reach the 2029 or the year 2029, and that will give you the supply, projected supply for the year. No, for the last 2025 to 2029, that's more of the projected supply. Okay, how we will come up with the demand gap analysis. So we have to go back with our data on the demand and supply table, no? That is in the slide 6. The demand is on the slide 6 and the supply is on the slide 8. So we have here the formula: demand gap is equal to total demand less total supply. So we have to deduct 1.3 by 7,067. That will give us 1,309,830, no? And repeat the process until you reach the 2029 or the year 2029. Okay, that will give us an idea, no? If the demand is greater than the supply, there is a demand gap or an opportunity. If the supply is greater or less than the demand, or equal rather, no, greater or equal to the demand, the market may be saturated or competitive. So with the idea here, we have a positive of 1,309,813. That is a good indication. That will mean that there is such number of people that is not yet served or unserved demand, no? So that means that we can somehow continue with our proposal, because there are lots of consumers out there who is not yet served, no, having such business. That will give that idea will give us, or coming from the demand gap analysis or this particular table. From here, we're not yet finished, because 1.3 a gap will not mean that everything will be served by your company, no, being a proponents, because we are limiting on our capacity in terms of number of people, in terms of the resources that we have, in terms of machineries that we have. So we need to qualify, or we need to somehow know our capacity, no, to produce, no. After determining the gap, we are fully aware of our capacity in terms of manpower, as I've mentioned, technology and financial, no. To determine the target market or market share, we need to identify the production of each of the manpower, considering if it is manual, or through an aid of machine or technology. Now, to compute this market share, we have the capacity of production per week multiplied by number of manpower, multiplied by 4, multiply it by 12, then divide it by demand gap. No, to operate, we have, for example, 500 production per week. We have around 20 manpower multiplied by 4, which is representing 4 weeks in a month, multiplied by 12, that is around 12 months in a year, and divided by 1,309,830. That will give us 480,000 divided by, again, the 1.3, that is equal to 4%. That means to say that among the 1.3 million, we are only capable of serving 4% of the target market. That will give us around 52,392 for 2025, 53,000 for 17 for 2026, for 2027, 54,000 for 61, for 2028, 55,523, and for 2029, that's around 56,603. That is for the market share, total target market share. Okay, for us to have the projected sale, no, from getting the target market share, we will multiply then on how much selling price, no, are we going to sell our product. This around, for example, it's only 100 pesos. That will give us around projected sales of 5.2 million, 5.3, 5.4, 5.5 and 5.6. No? So after establishing the target market share, the proponents can determine projected sales by multiplying the target market share by selling price. The projected sale will provide the proponents with an initial assessment of whether the expected sale performance is feasible. And that, I think, will conclude my presentation. Demand and supply analysis provides the critical foundation for sound business decision making. By examining the level of consumer demand, businesses can estimate potential sales, identify target markets, and align their offerings with customer needs. At the same time, analyzing supply conditions such as the number of competitors, market saturation, and product capacity or production capacity helps determine whether the business can effectively enter and compete in the market. A well-conducted demand and supply analysis reduces uncertainty and risk by offering data-driven insights into market dynamics. It enables entrepreneurs to identify gaps in the market, forecast future trends, and develop strategies that balance production with actual demand. Ultimately, it ensures that the proposed venture is not only desirable but also feasible and sustainable in the long run. In the essence, demand and supply analysis transform a business idea from mere speculation into strategic, evidence-based plan, making it indispensable to the success of any feasibility study. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gerald Okan, for your excellent and inspiring message. Before we proceed to the next keynote speaker, once again, we'll have a group photo with our speaker, Dr. Gerald. Okay. And 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Okay. Let us now hear from another inspiring speech in today's program. It is my pleasure to introduce our next keynote speaker, Assistant Professor Dr. Algin Malte de Guzman, the Chief of the Center for Instructional Materials Development and Assessment at the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. Assistant Professor Algin de Guzman is a highly accomplished educator, researcher, and academic leader at the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. He currently serves as the University Chief of the Center for Instructional Materials Development and Assessment, where he spearheads faculty training in module writing, chairs the University Evaluation Committee, and designs evaluation guidelines to ensure the rigor and validity of instructional materials across the PUP system. Alongside this role, he lectures at the Graduate School and the College of Arts and Letters, handling advanced courses in grammar, research methodology, stylistics, translation studies, and technical writing. With more than 2 decades of professional experience, Dr. De Guzman has held leadership and teaching positions in premier institutions such as West Bay College, San Beda College, Alabang, Malayan Colleges Laguna, and iAcademy. His teaching portfolio spans a wide range of disciplines, from literature and humanities to workplace communication and foreign languages, demonstrating his versatility and breadth of expertise. He has also authored institutional manuals on research in innovation and actively participated in academic councils and executive committees, contributing to institutional growth and development. A prolific author, Chief Dr. De Guzman has co-written and coordinated more than a dozen of textbooks, including Delving Discourses 2020, Processing Personal Progress 2020, Empowering 21st Century Communicators 2019, Purposive Communications for the 21st Century Communicators 2018, and Maximizing Macro Skills 2015. These works have become valuable references for students and educators in communication and language studies. His contributions extend beyond writing, as he has served as a plenary and resource speaker at numerous national and international conferences, delivering lectures on instructional materials, development, effective communication, and research writing. His excellence has been recognized through numerous awards, including Most Outstanding Professional in Training and Development 2025, Most Outstanding Resource Speaker of the Year 2024, and Global Educator and Trainer of the Year 2023 in Vietnam. He has also received international citations, including the Best Faculty Award, Male Overseas in India 2022, and Humanities, Social Sciences, and Languages Educator of the Year in Greece 2021. This distinctions affirms his stature as a global thought leader in education and training. Beyond academia, Dr. De Guzman is deeply engaged in advocacies promoting workplace inclusivity, women's empowerment, and cancer awareness. He is a lifetime member of the Linguistic Society of the Philippines, the Philippine Association for Forensic and Legal Linguistics, and the Royal Institute of Linguists in Singapore, among many others. His career reflects a commitment to empowering learners and educators alike, making him a respected voice in both national and international academic communities. And now, let us warmly welcome Assistant Professor Dr. Algin Malte de Guzman as he shares her keynote address with us. Sir?
Thank you very much, Ma'am Pasiteng. Please do allow me to share my slide to everyone. All right, so the topic for today would be Beyond Boundaries, Language and Communication as Drivers of Sustainable Innovation. Distinguished colleagues, esteemed researchers, industry leaders, and fellow innovators, again, good morning. Today we will explore how language and communication are not just tools, but the very drivers of sustainable innovation across discipline. This is not just theory. This is the foundation of sustainable futures. According to the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, in 2020, global demand for energy is projected to rise by nearly 50% come 2030. And with the fact that our planet's resources remain finite, an urgent call to sustainable innovation is imperative. The question before us is not to whether we innovate, but whether we innovate responsibly. Remember, sustainability must be the measure of our success. To begin with, here is a truth we often overlook. Innovation begins with communication. You see, without language, ideas remain isolated. Without dialogue, discipline remains divided. And of course, without shared understanding and knowledge, solutions cannot scale. This is not just rhetoric. History shows us that, well, societies advance when knowledge is shared clearly and inclusively. From the translation of scientific texts during the Renaissance era to the multilingual collaboration behind the Human Genome Project, communication has always been the hidden infrastructure of innovation. Now, to understand how these elements connect, let us first clarify what we mean by innovation, sustainability, and communication. Three concepts that form the backbone of our discussion. Innovation is applied creativity with measurable impact. It is not invention for invention's sake, but invention that changes lives. Sustainability, on the other hand, is endurance, solutions that last socially, economically, and environmentally. And of course, communication is the connective tissue. Breakthroughs happen at the intersection, but those intersections only matter if we can speak across the disciplines. Scientists, entrepreneurs, and technologists must have a common tongue. And this is why language education, translation, and even intercultural communication are not peripheral. They are all central. They ensure that knowledge does not remain locked in laboratories, boardrooms, or servers, but flow outward to communities, policymakers, and global partners. The future belongs not to those who guard their silos, but to those who cross boundaries. And language, let me tell you, is the first boundary we must all cross. Now, theory becomes clearer when we see it in practice, isn't it? Let us examine three cases, one from science, another from business, and one from technology. These three would show how communication shapes innovation. Case study number one is for the applied sciences. This is a case of disaster communication. In 2004, the Indian Ocean tsunami devastated communities across Asia and Africa. Scientific warnings were issued, but many people did not understand them. The term tsunami itself was unfamiliar in some regions. The very reason why evacuation orders were either delayed or ignored. The United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction later emphasized that disaster preparedness must always be integrated with linguistic clarity and cultural context. Now, this case shows us that science without communication is powerless. Therefore, risk communication must be multilingual, culturally sensitive, and very accessible. Otherwise, knowledge would remain abstract while lives are lost. Beyond the immediate tragedy, this event revealed a systemic challenge. Scientific communities often assume that technical accuracy alone is sufficient. Yet, precision without accessibility can be, fatal. For example, meteorological agencies may issue alerts in highly specialized language. But unless, of course, those alerts are translated into everyday terms and disseminated through trusted local channels, communities cannot act on them. Effective disaster communication requires collaboration between scientists, linguists, educators, and local leaders. This is to ensure, of course, warnings are not only correct, but also comprehensible and actionable. Clearly, science must be understood in people's languages. From the urgency of a disaster response, let's move forward to the marketplace, where we can see communication also determines whether innovation thrives or fails. So case number two is about branding. Global companies like, Unilever and Coca-Cola have shown that success in international markets depend on not only production innovation, but also on communication. They adapt branding and messaging across languages and across cultures to build trust and sustainability. On the one hand, Unilever used multilingual branding campaign. On the other hand, Coca-Cola's Share a Coke campaign had multilingual advertisements. Research by DeMuge in 2019 and Nielsen IQ in 2016 confirmed that multilingual marketing shapes consumer behavior, and as a result, it strengthens global reach. Now, this demonstrates that business innovation is not just about efficiency or profit. It is about resonance. Sustainable business models require cultural literacy. This is because consumers respond not only to what is sold, but also, and more importantly, on how it is communicated. Expanding further, multilingual branding is more than just translation. It is, in fact, cultural adaptation. A slogan that resonates in one language may carry unintended meaning in another. For example, Pepsi-Cola's "Come Alive with the Pepsi Generation" was once mistranslated in Chinese as "Pepsi brings your ancestors back from the grave." This illustrates how literal translation without cultural sensitivity can undermine credibility. Remember, successful companies therefore invest in transcreation, where messages are reimagined to align with local values, humor, and even symbolism while retaining brand identity. Moreover, multilingual branding fosters long-term sustainability by building trust. Consumers are more likely to engage with brands that respect their language and cultural identity. This inclusivity strengthens loyalty and positions companies as global citizens rather than, well, foreign intruders. In an era where sustainability is tied to social responsibility, multilingual communication becomes a strategic asset, ensuring that innovation is not only profitable, but also culturally resonant and ethically grounded. Truly, business innovation thrives on cultural literacy. Now, going beyond commerce, technology itself depends heavily on language. Let us now look on how digital literacy and linguistic accessibility shaped education during pandemic. For case number 3, we have technology. During the COVID-19 pandemic, UNESCO reported that over 1.6 billion learners worldwide were affected by school closures. Success in online learning depended heavily on digital literacy and linguistic accessibility. This is, of course, according to UNESCO in 2020 and the European Commission in 2020. Platforms that provided multilingual support and clear instructions had higher engagements and equity in education. However, the story goes deeper. Digital literacy is not merely the ability to operate devices. It encompasses critical thinking, information evaluation, and the capacity to participate meaningfully in digital communities. Learners who could distinguish credible sources from misinformation thrived, while those lacking these skills were vulnerable, to say the least, to confusion and disengagement. Unfortunately, teachers too faced steep learning curves. Mastering video conferencing, adapting pedagogy to online formats, and ensuring that instructions were culturally and linguistically inclusive. language accessibility proved decisive. Platforms offering multilingual interfaces, subtitles, and localized content enabled participation across diverse communities. In contrast, English-only platforms excluded millions of learners, particularly those in regions where, unfortunately, connectivity was already fragile. UNESCO, in fact, warned that this linguistic gap risked creating new divide, a new divide between those who could access innovation and those who are left behind. Technology is often celebrated as neutral, but unfortunately it is not. It reflects that languages and literacies it is built upon. If digital tools are not linguistically inclusive, they risk reinforcing inequality rather than reducing it. Now, these examples, ladies and gentlemen, point to a deeper truth. Communication is not incidental. It is foundational. This is why language education deserves our full attention. We all have to remember, technology must be democratized through language. Language education equips us with more than just vocabulary. In fact, it cultivates empathy, critical thinking, and the ability to bridge divides. In applied sciences, for example, breakthroughs must be explained clearly to communities. In business, global partnerships depend on multilingual competence. And in technology, algorithms learn from language. Inclusivity ensures diverse voices are represented. Language education is not just about grammar and fluency. It is about preparing citizens to participate in global conversations, to translate knowledge across contexts, and to ensure that innovation is not monopolized by a single culture or single language. Thus, investing in language education is investing in innovation itself. It is the foundation of collaboration, the key to sustainability, and the bridge to global impact. Yet, even with these insights, we must acknowledge the obstacles that stand our way. Let us confront these challenges and the ethical dimensions of interdisciplinary innovations. First of the challenges would be fragmentation. Disciplines often operates in silos. Scientists speaks to scientists, entrepreneurs to entrepreneurs, and technologies to technologists. Without a shared language, collaboration stalls. This fragmentation slows innovation and leads to duplication of effort. The challenge is not just technical. It is social, it is cultural. We must cultivate humility and openness to dialogue across fields. Next to the challenges would be equity. Innovation must not be widened, or innovation rather, must not widen the global gap, the gap between developed and developing countries. Let's consider digital technologies. While some countries rapidly has it, others lack infrastructure, access, or linguistic inclusivity. UNESCO warns that unequal access to digital education risks creating a new divide. This new divide is between those who can participate in innovation and those who are actually left behind. I believe I have mentioned this earlier on. You see, equity means ensuring that innovation is not a privilege, but rather a shared resource. Finally, we have ethics. Ethics means ensuring that innovation is not a privilege, or rather, ethics is technology without guardrails. Risk unintended harm. To make mention, artificial intelligence, for example, learns from language. But, of course, if that language reflects bias, the technology reproduces inequality. Ethical innovation requires transparency, accountability, and inclusivity. It means asking not only, can we innovate? But should we innovate, and for whom? These challenges remind us that innovation is not neutral. It carries values, assumptions, and consequences. Communication is the ethical compass. It ensures that innovation serves humanity, not just the markets. So, to everyone, I pose this question. Are we innovating for humanity, or are we doing it for profit? Hence my call to action. To answer this question, we must move from reflection to action. What concrete steps can we actually take to ensure innovation serves humanity? What then must we do? First, we must build collaborative research consortia, such as this one, that unite scientists, entrepreneurs, linguists, and technologists, exactly like what we are having today. Advocate policy frameworks that reward sustainable innovation. And lastly, commit to education and mentorship, ensuring that next generation inherits not only the knowledge, but the wisdom to go with it. These are not abstract goals. They are practical steps. Universities can in fact integrate language education into STEM curricula. Businesses can invest in multilingual communication strategies. Government can legislate inclusive digital access. Let us all be architects of solutions that future generations will thank us for, not just for their ingenuity, but for their integrity. And as we envision these steps, let us return to the larger picture, the world of rising demand and finite resources that frames our very journey. Now, as I close, ladies and gentlemen, let us return to the very first image I shared everyone with, which began as a world of rising demand and finite resources. You see, the challenge is immense, but so is our capacity. Innovation is not the destination. It is the journey that we take together across disciplines, across borders, and across generations. History would remind us that humanity has faced crises before. The Industrial Revolution transformed economies, but also strained societies until reforms brought balance. The Green Revolution fed millions, but only when communication bridged scientists and farmers across continents. Each turning point was not defined by technology alone, but by the way people communicated, collaborated, and shared responsibilities. Today we stand at another turning point. The choices we make will echo for decades. Will we innovate for profit alone, or will we innovate for humanity? Will we allow language to divide us, or will we use it to unite us? My dear colleagues, the future is not waiting. It is being built here, now, by us. Let us all remember, let us not be just remembered for our ingenuity, but for our integrity. Not only for our discoveries, but for our dialogues, and not only for our innovations, but for the futures that we made possible together. Thank you very much, and God bless us all. These are my references.
Thank you very much, Dr. De Guzman, for that insightful and comprehensive keynote address. Okay, so before we proceed to the next keynote speaker, please open your cameras and we will have a group photo with Dr. De Guzman. Okay, in 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you. At this moment, we are delighted to welcome our next speaker joining us in this important session. So, our next speaker is Associate Professor Dr. Maud Zaki bin Awangchek. He is a distinguished academic and researcher in actuarial science, currently serving as the Actuarial Science Department, Faculty of Computer and Mathematics Sciences, University Technology, Mara, Perak Branch, Malaysia. With over a decade of experience in higher education, he has established himself as a leading expert in actuarial digital learning, data analytics, and social security systems. Dr. Zaki holds a Doctor of Business Administration, Actuarial Management from University Technology, Mara in 2017, complemented by a Master of Quantitative Sciences, Financial Engineering in 2009, and a Bachelor of Actuarial Science in 2007 from the same institution. His academic foundation reflects a strong integration of actuarial science, financing engineering, and applied analytics. Since joining UITM in 2009 as a lecturer, Dr. Zaki has progressed through the ranks to senior lecturer from 2017 to 2022, and subsequently to associate professor from 2023 to up to present. Throughout his career, he has taught extensively at undergraduate, postgraduate, and doctoral levels, covering a wide spectrum of subjects including actuarial mathematics, insurance analytics, and business data analytics. His teaching excellence is consistently reflected in outstanding event evaluation scores and his ability to integrate technology-enhanced learning approaches. Dr. Zaki's research portfolio is highly impactful, focusing on social protection systems, actuarial modeling, and data-driven analytics. He has led and contributed to numerous funded research projects, including collaborations with SOCSO, Kazana Research Institute, MCMC, and international bodies such as the London Mathematical Society. His research addresses critical national issues, including pension sustainability, employment injury schemes, commuting accidents, and healthcare expenditure. A prolific scholar, Dr. Zaki has published extensively in Scopus and ERA Index journals with research contributions spanning actuarial science, social security, financial planning, and digital education. His recent work emphasizes machine learning applications, learning analytics, and micro-credential frameworks in actuarial education and social protection systems. He is also actively involved in academic publishing through journal articles, conference proceedings, and book chapters. In addition to his research and teaching, Dr. Zaki is a recognized international academic contributor. He has served as a keynote speaker, session speaker, visiting professor, and external examiner at various international conferences and universities, including collaborations with institutions in the United Kingdom and Indonesia. His global engagement reflects his commitment to advancing actuarial education and interdisciplinary research. Dr. Zaki is also a pioneer in digital learning innovation, having led the development of numerous MOOCs and micro-credential programs in actuarial science, social security, and financial planning. His contributions in this area have earned multiple national and international awards, particularly in e-content development and educational innovation. Professionally, he is affiliated with several esteemed bodies, including the Actuarial Society of Malaysia, the National Professor Council, the Management Science or Operations Research Society of Malaysia, and the Malaysian Consumer and Family Economics Association. These affiliations further reinforce his active engagement in academic and professional communities. Overall, Associate Professor Dr. Maud Zaki Awangchek is a highly accomplished academic whose work bridges actuarial science, social protection, and digital learning. His contributions continue to influence policy, education, and research, particularly in advancing data-driven solutions for sustainable social security systems and innovative actuarial education. With that, let us now listen to Associate Professor Dr. Maud Zaki bin Awangchek as he shares his session speech.
Okay, right. So thank you, our moderator. Good afternoon to distinguished chairs, respected colleagues, and fellow researchers. So my name is Muhammad Zaki from University Technology Mara, Malaysia. So today I would like to share on the topic reimagining social protection system through actuarial intelligence and data analytics with a focus on Malaysia best practice and future directions. Globally, social protection systems are facing increasing pressure. We are seeing three major forces. First, aging populations, where people are living longer than ever before. Second, rising inequality across income groups. And third, increasing fiscal pressure on governments. So these trends require us to rethink how social protection systems are designed and managed. However, most existing systems remain largely reactive. They respond only after risks occur. They are fragmented across institutions and they lack predictive intelligence. So the key issue is this: our systems are not designed to anticipate risk; they are designed to respond to them. In Malaysia, we are fortunate to have strong institutions such social security organizations, SOCSO, where they are managed employment injury and invalidity scheme, employee provident fund or KWSP support retirement saving, private retirement scheme PRS provide voluntary retirement options, and Department of Statistics Malaysia serve as the national statistical backbone. However, despite this trend, challenges still remains. For example, retirement adequacy remain uneven. Lower income group, particularly the below 40, face significant gaps in the retirement saving. At the same time, Social Security organization continue to experience increasing claim, especially from the invalidity pension scheme, and communicating accidents. Another key challenge is the data fragmentation across agency. So Malaysia has strong components, but integration is still limited. To address this, we propose an integrated framework combining three elements. First, actuarial science. Second, data analytics and artificial intelligence. And the third one, or the last, is policy decision system. The key idea is simple: moving from data to intelligence to policy impact. Actuarial science play a crucial role in ensuring sustainability. It allows us to model risk such mortality, morbidity, and longevity. It supports pension valuations and long-term funding projection, and it's enables scenario-based forecasting. In actions, actual intelligence answer the question: can the system remain financially sustainable in the long term? On the other hand, data analytics and artificial intelligence (AI) enhance productive capability. Machine learning models such random forest and neural network allow us to detect patterns in large data sets. Explainable artificial intelligence ensure transparency in decision making. So AI does not replace the actuarial science, but it's actually strengthened up. So we go into the SOXO case. In Malaysia, Social Security Organization SOXO provide a strong example. Using predictive model, we can analyze commuting accident, invalidating pensions, employment injury data to predict claim frequency, classify severity, and improve resource allocation. So this lead to faster claim processing and better fund management. If we go into the employee provident fund, similarly, it's enable actual modeling of retirement adequacy. So we can estimate saving sufficiency, optimize contribution strategy, stimulate policy changes for an aging population. So this supports evidence-based pension reforms. So this leads us to what I call the policy intelligence framework. It begins with the data from the institution like Social Security Organization SOCSO, Employee Provident Fund EPF, and Departments of Statistics Malaysia DOSM. This data is analyzed using AI models, and actuarial model can then evaluate sustainability, and finally policymaker make informed decision. So this output is impact better targeting, efficiency, and sustainability. The integrations of actuarial intelligence and analytics provide several benefits. For instance, it can improve efficiency by reducing linkages, better targeting of a beneficiary, and enhance financial sustainability and greater transparency through evidence-based decision. So these transform how social protection system operates. However, there are also challenges. So data governance and privacy must be carefully managed. Integration across agency is not always straightforward. There are also skill gaps, particularly in combining actuarial and AI expertise. So this and also ethical consideration must be addressed. So these challenges must be addressed to ensure successful implementations. In Malaysia, several policy directions are emerging. One is the developments of hybrid pension system. Another is the creations of the integrated national data platforms, and importantly, stronger collaboration across institutions. Policy must evolve together with the technology. Education play a crucial roles in this transformation through massive open course, MOOCs, and micro-credential. We can upskill actuaries, policymakers, and data analysts. So digital platforms such as learning management system, Future, for instance, support scalable learning. So human capital is the key enabler of the intelligent systems. Look ahead, we can envision AI powered actuarial dashboards, real-time monitoring system, and predictive governance framework. So Malaysia has potential to become a regional leaders in intelligent social protections. To move forward, I propose 4 key recommendations. First, integrate data across Social Security Organization, SOCSO, Employee Provident Funds, EPF, and Departments of Statistics Malaysia, DOSM. So second, invest in analytics and digital infrastructure. Third, develop interdisciplinary expertise. And fourth, institutionalize actual intelligence in policy making. So to summarize, a social protection system must evolve from react to predictive. Actual science and AI together provide powerful synergy, and Malaysia is well positioned to lead these transformations. So in conclusions, the future of social protection lie not only in policy reform, but in intelligent driven system. By combining social science with the data analytics, we can predict risks before they occur, allocate resource more efficiently, ensure long-term sustainability, and on top of that, Malaysia has already laid strong foundations. So the next steps is integration, innovations, and intelligent transformation. So let us move from data to decisions and from decision to the impact. So with that note, I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zaki, for that insightful and highly informative session speech. So, kindly open your cameras for a quick group photo. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Thank you, sir. Let's continue to our learning journey as we now invite our next distinguished expert. Dr. Nagarajan S. is a faculty member in the Department of Chemistry in the National Institute of Technology, Manipur. He previously served as a postdoctoral fellow at the University of Heidelberg, Germany, and as a visiting scientist at the University of California, Berkeley, USA. He has delivered over 115 invited talks at various national and international conferences, reflecting his extensive academic engagement and expertise. His research interests include the application of artificial intelligence tools in modern research, as well as contributions to the Sustainable Development Goals, pollution control, material science, and polymer research. Dr. Nagarajan has also conducted multiple workshops on AI tools for research, providing hands-on training to faculty members and research scholars. He is keen to contribute as an invited speaker and share his expertise through lectures and interactive sessions organized by esteemed institutions. Once again, please join me in giving a warm welcome to Dr. Nagarajan as he delivers his session speech.
Um, Thank you very much for the introduction. I would like to share my screen. Please let me know if it is visible.
Not yet visible, sir.
Is it visible now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity under the theme Driving Innovations and Sustainable Solutions, Interdisciplinary Approaches in Applied Science, Business, and Technology. So I'll be talking in the topic Materials for Lifestyle Applications. So the reason why I mentioned lifestyle applications are like there are materials which are much helpful in day-to-day life. So with a brief introduction, I'll move on to the materials which are having some unique properties and applications. So if you look at the material chemistry, so the history defines it in a unique way. So you all know that very long before there was a Stone Age, Bronze Age, Iron Age, Silicon Age. So nowadays it's a Carbon Age like that. So in those days, people were trying to make some weapons for hunting. Previously, it's made of uh, wooden based. Then to make it strong, they started making it with iron. Then they started mixing various metals so that we were in the product of more advanced for hunting and other purpose for wood chopping, etc. Then with a very modern society with the silicon age, so we started in inventing computers and its applications. In a very recent time, there is a carbon age. I can say there are plenty of polymers, graphenes, nanotubes, which are nothing but carbon atoms. So since carbon has a property of making a long chain, okay, so we have got plenty of polymers, graphenes, nanotubes, etc. So how we are going to explore what are the recent materials which are very useful to the mankind. So you all probably know about the gold, which is present in the periodic table, 79th element in the periodic table, 79 atomic number. So you all know that the golds are quite famous for its ornamental uses, and moreover, government, if a war is going on, government initially procure a lot of gold so that it will decide the future of that country. So every country has a gold reserves, and still every country is exploring the gold mines, etc. So the reason why we make ornaments in gold is it is unreactive to our skin tissues. So probably you might have heard about a person wearing a copper ring will end up in a green color deposition in their skins because of copper reacts with the water, skin, tissues, so that it is getting oxidized. So I can say a very famous example of a Statue of Liberty. So the French government donated the Statue of Liberty to the United States of America. So initially it was pure orange color, orange reddish color, orange reddish yellowish color, real copper color. Okay, when the Statue of Liberty is installed, and due to the presence of air and moisture from the ocean, it is now completely green in color. That is due to the oxidation of copper metal to copper monopositive. So this certain issues can happen in our skin tissues also when we wear copper rings. But when we wear gold chains or gold rings, there is absolutely no chemical reaction that is reacting with our skin or changing the color of the skin. This is one advantage. And you also know that you need a very strong acid to dissolve gold, but this is always a bulk gold. Okay, if it is a gram level or milligram level, it is considered as a bulk gold. Whereas if you break down into billion and billions of small atoms, the entire property changes. Okay, so when a noble metal like gold does not have a property of reacting with
Your slides is not moving, sir.
I'm just talking with the same slide. Is
Oh,
is it the slide with nanomaterials, the power of small?
yeah, the first slides.
Oh, okay. Let me check. Oh, I'm having this particular slide. Probably some issues. Oh, no. So is my screen visible now?
Yes, sir. It's nanometers.
Yeah, nanomaterials, the power of small. So I was talking about we have to go down into a very small size of the gold so that it can have a multiple usefulness. So when you consider the bulk gold, it is yellow, inert, lazy, unreactive. Whereas if it is a gold nanoparticle, it can be a different color based on the size of the nanomaterial and it can act as a powerful catalyst. Okay, now I have put a next slide, crystallite size data for AUT, AO2. I hope it is visible. So when I show the gold clusters, say if it is a 13 atom cluster, so 92% of surface area is there. Whereas if I move to 7 shell cluster with just 1415 atom, it is just 35% of surface atom available. Then you imagine billions of atoms are present in 1 gram of gold and we lose 99.99% of surface atom. So the exposure of maximum atom to the surface is always important for its activity. So I'm just showing a cluster of gold in which a harmful gas like carbon monoxide can be oxidized to carbon dioxide with this gold catalyst. But one important thing we have to remember, the metallic gold or bulk size gold will not be useful for this application. Whereas if you break down into nano level, it has great application in catalysis. So it can oxidize carbon monoxide into carbon dioxide. Okay. Then you already know there are a lot of ceramics plates or bowls or something. When it is just slipped from your hand, it will crack like millions of pieces, right? At least 10 to 20 pieces. So the reason why is when it is a ceramic material, the atoms are perfectly arranged, stable and happy. Okay. If it is just hit by some hammer or if it is just slipped from your hand, it will just fall and atoms are just changed its position and it's completely cracking. Whereas your metallic plate or if it is a plastic plate, there won't any crack or something. It is due to the brittle nature of the ceramics. Okay, so now you understood why exactly it is getting broken into pieces because of atomic distress. Okay, similarly, when you consider a perfect sample, perfect crystal, it is just for a theory purpose, whereas imperfection is actually for engineers. So what they basically do uh, when it is completely perfect, then they actually create imperfection in the crystal by just removing one of the atom or introduce some other atom into this. By changing the property of this, they can actually play around with the electronic nature of this material. So this is quite unique, and we end up with the new different types of materials when you do the substitutional effect or removal of some of the atoms in the perfect distill. Okay, so very recent advances, when we try to split the water. So what happens when we split the water? We get hydrogen gas and oxygen gas, but it is not so easy by the simple simple method. So we need basically advanced method like materials like titania, and we need some change in the electronic nature of the titania, so that we can basically achieve this water splitting into oxygen and hydrogen. So water is available plenty in the earth, and when we split the water into hydrogen and oxygen, it has plenty of application. Hydrogen can be used as a fuel, so that if hydrogen is used as a fuel, then what will be the side product? If it is oxidized, then water vapor only come out of the automobile exhaust, which is very, very good for the environment. Whereas right now it is producing carbon dioxide and sometimes carbon monoxide. So carbon dioxide is a greenhouse gas, carbon monoxide is a poisonous gas, nitric oxide, it is also causing eye irritation to the people living in this area. So it can be avoided. So the materials that not only have application in traditional chemistry, but also in polymer chemistry. Say, for example, everyone is quite familiar with this polythene sheets, right? So the person Ziegler and Natta was awarded Nobel Prize for the synthesis of polythene using a material called titanium tetrachloride TiCl4 and triethyl aluminum. These two are the catalyst for the polymerization reaction of ethylene to polyethylene or ethene to polyethylene. So you already know the importance of polythene. It is quite useful for package applications, and plenty of options are there. And right now, scientists are working in converting the polyethylene used one to a traditional compounds which are recyclable, so that we can avoid the plastic contamination in the near future. So yeah, there are materials which are quite useful in um, um, uh, quantum LED displays in the mobile phones, and it is quite useful in next generation solar cells. So you already know, right now the solar cell efficiency is just 28%, and India is a country belongs to it is basically receiving plenty of sunlight throughout the year, as we are very close to equator. In fact, most of the countries like Malaysia, Singapore, Sri Lanka, Indonesia, all are falling in the equator range. So it receives plenty of sunlight, so that we can utilize by increasing the efficiency from 28% to higher percentage, so that we can harvest more amount of energy from the sun. So there are materials like conducting polymer. So normally polymers are non-conductive nature, but this is a quite conducting polymer. It is basically a sulfur nitrogen polymer, but you already know sulfur compound, nitrogen compound, both are non-conducting. But when someone is making a polymer with these two atoms, sulfur and nitrogen, this compound is acting as a polymer. And since it is growing in one direction, it is called one-dimensional polymer. Okay. Then a very recent advancement of fire retardant polymers. So for example, when there is a polymer material is there, when it is catching a fire, okay, when it reacts with fire, then suddenly a thin layer will be formed on the surface of the material, so that it will stop the fire. So when it is catching fire, something which is present inside is actually stopping the fire. So it is quite interesting. And you already know zirconium is a one element in the periodic table. Zirconia means oxides of zirconium, that is ZrO2. It has quite application because of its bio-inert and super tough nature. People started using zirconia as a smart tooth material. Okay, and zirconia is also quite famous for its oxygen storage capacity. So basically, it can store some oxygen, and when it is relevant, it can be released. Okay, so you already know the gas igniters we are currently using, which has some it is working on the principle of piezoelectronics. So metal crystal is kept inside. So whenever we ignite it, so it will just produce a small flame which actually catches the fire. So it has quite applications, and materials like ultrasound transducers has an application of high frequency vibrations, and some of the materials are useful as a sensor for vibration detections, etc. Then here the take home message from my presentation is people are working in various materials, but we need to now plan certain material that we need to go from fossil fuel energy to renewable energies, so that the earth will be saved from the harmful pollutions like land pollution, soil pollution, water pollution, air pollution, etc. So by introducing materials in solar panels, materials in wind energy, so that we can go towards the green future. So I would like to thank the organizers once again for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nagarajan, for sharing your valuable insights and expertise with us. So again, let's take a quick group photo.
Just a moment. Do I need to show my presentation also?
That's already open, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. And for our last speaker for this session, let us now welcome her to share her insight with us. Dr. Anu Sail is currently serving as an associate professor at the Center for Artificial Intelligence, Maldiv Institute of Technology and Science, Gwalior, Madhya Pradesh, India. She has worked as a senior lecturer in mathematics or statistics at Taylor's University, Malaysia, which is ranked among the top 30 in Asia and 253 globally. She is also an accredited trainer by HRD Malaysia. With over 18 years of teaching and research experience, Dr. Sayel holds a bachelor's degree in non-medical and master's degree in mathematics from Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar. She earned her PhD in mathematics from Uttarakhand Technical University, Dehradun. Dr. Sayal has received several prestigious awards, including the Young Scientist Award in Mathematics, Statistics, and Computer Science from the Uttarakhand Council for Science and Technology, Dehradun, in February 2020. She was also honored with the Teacher of the Year 2020 award by Divya Himjari in association with the Uttarakhand Council of Science and Technology, Government of Uttarakhand, and the Commission for Scientific and Technical Terminology, MHRD, Government of India. In 2021, she received the Guru Warrior Samman Award and from Harvest Educational Transformational Solutions and the Best Woman Scientist Award from the Nobel Research Academy. In January 2022, she was named Best Teacher in Harvest Educational Transformational Solutions. She also received the Academic Excellence Award and the International Faculty Award on 3rd February 2025 from Nobel Research Academy, Puducherry, India, and the Women Faculty of the Year Award at the Women Power India Awards 2025 on 8th March of 2025, International Women's Day from MIT Square Welfare Foundation in India. Dr. Sayal has authored numerous research papers published in renowned journals, including those indexed by Scopus and WUS, and has presented her work at national and international conferences. She has been a keynote speaker at various international events and a resource person for numerous workshops, seminars, and FDPs. In addition, she is an active reviewer and editorial board member for several international journals indexed by WUS and Scopus. Dr. Sayel has also organized a variety of workshops and faculty development programs. Her research interests include optimization, inventory and supply chain management, busy inventory models, busy mathematics, and statistics. Once again, it is our pleasure to welcome Dr. Anna Sayel to deliver her session speech.
Very good afternoon to everyone. First of all, I thank the organizers for giving me this wonderful opportunity today. Let me share my screen first. I hope my screen is visible. So I'll be talking about building a smarter language classrooms. That is the power of data science in teaching and learning processes. So the basic agenda here is I'll give you an introduction and talk about fundamentals of data science, then the various data science processes, then data science in industry as well as jobs and future trends, and then we'll be concluding it. Okay, now coming to what actually data science is. If we talk about data science, it is a multidisciplinary field. It uses all the scientific methods, processes, algorithms, as well as systems to extract the knowledge and insights from structured as well as from the unstructured data. Basically, data is of two types, structured as well as unstructured. So we are extracting the knowledge as well as insights from the data which is available, and then we are using different types of scientific methods, processes, algorithms for this. It is basically a blend of different domains like statistics, mathematics, computer science, as well as domain expertise, as well as problem solving skills. Now, it is a kind of a bridge between the raw data as well as actionable insights that actually drive. Sorry. Okay.
Your presentation is not visible, right? Yeah, now okay.
Okay, let me share again. Okay. It's visible now?
Yes, madam.
Is it visible now?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so the key objectives here are basically we are dealing with optimization. That is, we are trying to improve the processes as well as efficiency of any kind of system and the decision making which is based on data driven insights, because we are dealing with the data. So we are trying to discover any kind of hidden patterns, trends, and correlations that may be present in that given data. Now, basically, we are trying to build the models to forecast any kind of future outcomes or behavior of any kind of system in the future. Now, the value that this data science is adding is that it enables the data-driven decision-making for competitive advantage, because we are able to predict things for the future. Then it transforms the raw data into the data science field. There is a rise of data science needs that will create roughly 11.5 million jobs by the year 2026. This has already been stated with Bureau of Labor Statistics. Then by 2026, data analysts the number one emerging role. Again, this has stated by the world. And data science, they are amongst the hottest fields of the century. There is an all sense of daily life that already started to impact the segments of daily life in the by the year 2025. And there are various applications in those domains like transport, logistics, health, customer service, and many more are here. We can actually have all this around us. So primarily, we are living in a data-driven world. Basically, data is a all. It has impact across industries like finance. In finance, actually detect any kind of transactions or any fraud that may be there. In healthcare, personalized medicines are available these days. Is we were like having a kind of an intuition, or we were guessing things for future, but now kind of problem, we can make informed decisions. Basically, it is a kind of a fuel which is used for innovation as well as decision making. We have let's say any kind of data be trying to bring about any kind of innovation in the system, because we will be trying to develop new kind of processes, algorithms, so that we can come up with best possible solutions. Then there is a need for refining as well as pre-processing of the data, because sometimes the data that is available may may consist of some sort of errors, or maybe duplicate values may be there in the data. So we have to actually refine and pre-process that data so that we can come up with the best possible solution. Now, data basically is present in abundance, but valuable insights are very rare. It is not necessary that we have a huge data sets. We'll be able to come up with novel solutions from that data set, because some of the data might not be useful for us, because the data set which we may be having may be full of flaws. So first of all, now there are different types of data, as already discussed: structured as well as unstructured data. Structured means highly organized, unstructured means it lacks predefined format. Now, importance of data qualities. Now, data quality is something which is very important. There are different sources through which we can collect the data. We have the internal sources, that is the data which is generated within the organization, and though it is generated within the organization, still it requires cleaning and integration, because still duplicate values may be present, flaws may be present in the data. And there may be data which can be collected from external sources, that is, it can be obtained from outside, and this may even require licensing. We can even obtain data through surveys and questionnaires. We may conduct survey in a particular area, or in the required form we may conduct surveys and we can collect the data. And even through databases, sensors, IoT devices, web scraping. So all these are the means of data collection. But still, the data that has been collected may not be reliable as well as relevant. So it is essential for accurate analysis of the data that first of all we obtain the data which is required as per our requirements of a particular project. Then this is the first crucial step, because if we do not follow this step, we use the data in the form in which it has been collected, then it becomes very difficult to come up with the solutions as per our requirement. So therefore, we need to form a specific process in order to collect the data and to refine the data and convert it into a form where it can be analyzed to come up with our solutions. Now we have the EDA, that is the exploratory data analysis. First of all, we need to understand the data. Now, EDA basically is the first step which tells us about the structure of the data set which we have collected through any kind of survey. It involves summarizing the main characteristics which are involved with the data. Usually this is done through the visualization. This helps to identify any kind of pattern or any kind of potential relationship, like any kind of correlation is there between the variables, so we can easily identify. Now, the main goals of exploratory data analysis are, it helps us to gain insights into the data properties. What are the basic properties of the data? And if any kind of errors or missing values or repeated values are there, we can actually identify. We can even find out if any kind of relationship between the variables is there and which all variables are the most important in a particular data set. And it also helps in feature engineering and modeling choices. So we can actually develop the kind of analysis that can be done just by exploratory data analysis, that we can come to know what kind of analysis will be the best suited for our data set. Now, there are various techniques. The key techniques that we use are descriptive statistics, that is, we calculate the measures like mean, median, mode, standard deviation, etc. from the data set which is available. Then visualization, that is, we are trying to create graphs like histograms, scatter plots, box plots, to visualize the kind of the data that is there and to find out any kind of relationships or any kind of missing values, anomalies which may be there in the data set. Then next we have univariate analysis, that is, we try to examine each variable individually. That is, every variable which is present in the data is examined in individual manner. Then bivariate analysis is we try to explore relationship between pairs of variable. We take any two pairs of variable and we try to examine what kind of relationship is there between these two variables. Then we have multivariate analysis, that is, we investigate interaction among multiple variables. We may consider multiple variables at a time and we may even analyze them. Now, there are certain ethics as well as privacy concerns associated with the data science, and we need to be very responsible about these. These are certain ethical considerations. First of all, transparency as well as explainability. That is, we have to ensure that whatever models that we have developed using our data that we had collected through any kind of surveys, it should be interpretable and decisions are traceable. It should not be like we have just come up with our decisions using the data set, but we cannot trace how we came up with such decisions. So first of all, the data has to be something which is transparent, and explainability of any kind of decision made from the data should be there. Then fairness and bias mitigation. The data that we have and the conclusions that we are coming up with should not be biased. So this we should actively identify and address biases in the data as well as algorithm. If any kind of biasness is there, that should be identified. Then, since it is our project, so we should be accountable. We need to take the entire accountability. That is, we need to take the responsibility for impact of data-driven decisions. We cannot impose the decisions on anybody else, as we are actually coming up with the analysis of the data. Then privacy protection. This is the most important thing in any kind of data decisions, that because we are dealing with huge data sets. So compliance with the regulations is very, very important here. Then secure data storage as well as handling. The data that we have collected should be secured in a proper manner, and proper handling of that data should be done. Then implement robust security measures to prevent any kind of breaches to any kind of privacy concerns. This is the main target here. Then data anonymization and de-identification, that is, protect individual identities within the data set. We cannot disclose the individual identities from any kind of survey. Because we may require licensing for this. Then even balancing innovation as well as responsibility. That is, we need to build trust with the stakeholders by demonstrating commitment to responsible data practices, because this is something very important. We cannot disclose anything about the data set that we we are already working on. Then we need to embrace the potentials of data science while upholding ethical practices and protecting the privacy. So privacy concerns are the most important when we are dealing with any kind of data. Now, next we have data visualization. That is, the power of visuals is that it translates the complex data into intuitive, easy to understand visuals, because when we are looking at a visual, it is very easy to interpret and easy to understand what actually is being displayed. It reveals any kind of hidden patterns which may be there, any trend lines or any kind of outliers which may be missed in the raw data. It enhances a kind of communication and storytelling with the data. We can just look at the visuals which have been displayed, and we can easily come up with a kind of analysis of the data. This makes data-driven insights accessible to the wider audience, because everybody might not be able to understand the numbers. So it's easier for them to look at the visuals and understand what is being predicted through that data. Now, there are various tools and techniques that we use in data visualization, but data visualization is something which can be accessible by the common public also. Now, if we talk about the different domains in which data science can be used, coming up to the first one, data science in marketing. So here in marketing, customer insights and predictive analysis plays a very important role. Now, through social media analytics, we can measure what kind of impact a particular campaign had on a particular segment of the society. We can even monitor the social conversations which are there, and we can track the brand sentiment, what kind of sentiments the people have in association with a particular brand. And then we can customize according to the needs of the public. Then customer insights can be obtained, that is, personalized marketing messages can be given to different segments of the customers, and we can even segment the customers for targeted campaigns, and we can understand the behavior as well as preferences of the customer. According to that, the products can be customized. Then there are various recommendation engines which suggest tailored products to the customers, and it improves the customer's experience. Obviously, they will like any kind of customized products which are being offered to them. Then we have the predictive analytics, that is, we can optimize the marketing spend. We can even measure campaign effectiveness and ROI, and we can forecast churn or upsell opportunities which may be present. So all this can be done by using the customer insights as well as by carrying out predictive analytics related to the data. Now, data science in finance, basically we are using data science in finance for fraud detection, because we can build anomaly detection models and we can flag any kind of suspicious transactions, and they can be actually investigated in future, and we can actually stop such kind of transactions. And basically this reduces the financial loss due to any kind of fraud. And we can even identify fraudulent activity in transaction as well as customer behavior. We can even develop models to assess the credit risk, market risk, operational risk. And then we can optimize portfolio allocation, which is based on risk tolerance level and market conditions. We can analyze customer to identify profitable segments and personalize financial products to a particular segment of customers. And we can even predict the customer churn and develop targeted retention strategies, that why the customers are losing interest in a particular kind of financial product. So we may offer them customized products. And we can even develop high frequency trading algorithms to execute trades based on market data and predictive models. This is something very important for the present market scenario. And we can even analyze the customer data to identify profitable segments and personalize any kind of financial products which can be offered to the customers. Then if we talk about healthcare, again in healthcare, data science has numerous applications, because healthcare, it helps in optimizing the healthcare operations, that is identifying inefficiencies in the healthcare system as well as processes, and implement data-driven improvements in them. We can even forecast the patient demand to optimize hospital staffing and resource allocation. We can enable early intervention and personalized treatment plans, because if we can see any kind of disease prediction is there, and we can even prevent it by using data science techniques. We can develop the predictive models to identify individuals at risk of developing a specific disease. Then medical imaging and diagnostics has also played a very important role, because it helps in detecting tumors, identify anomalies and quantify disease progression. It helps in developing algorithms to analyze medical images like X-rays, MRI, CT scans, and assistant diagnosis. We can identify the patient subgroups also that respond best to specific therapies. It is not that everybody will be responding in the same way to the therapies. So again, we can actually identify the particular groups who respond well to particular therapies. Then we can analyze genetic data and medical history to tailor treatments to individual patients. Even drug discovery and development can be done through the data analysis. We can analyze vast accounts of biological data and identify potential drug targets. We can predict the efficacy and safety of new drugs through computer simulations. We can accelerate the drug development and process and also reduce the cost of production of such drugs. Then data science in e-commerce also, it helps in developing so many strategies on the related to e-commerce. That is, we can personalize products and recommendations to specific clients, and we can analyze browsing and purchase history also, and can send them recommendations accordingly. We can collaborate filtering, content-based filtering, and hybrid approaches here. Then even fraud detection can be done. That is, we can identify any kind of fraudulent transaction through the platform and can prevent financial losses. Now, customer segmentation and targeting also becomes very easy through data analysis, because this will actually maximize customer lifetime value and tailor marketing campaigns to the specific group of customers and identify distinct customer groups. Then pricing optimization can also be done, because we can determine the optimal prices of the products, and dynamic purchasing strategies can be developed accordingly. Then inventory management also, we can basically forecast demand for a particular commodity in the future based on the client data, and we can predict future demand patterns, like what would be the future demand patterns depending on the purchase history of a particular segment or a particular group. Now, if we talk about manufacturing sector, again, the data science has widespread application, because if we talk about the supply chain optimization, it helps to streamline logistics and reduce the transportation cost. And then again, it helps in forecasting demand and optimize inventory levels to ensure timely delivery of the products, and identify bottlenecks and inefficiencies, if any are there in the existing supply chain. Then in quality control also, we can analyze production data to identify if there are any kind of defects in the real time, and we can implement automated quality control measures also to improve the quality of the products and to prevent defective products from reaching the customers. And we can optimize maintenance schedules and reschedule unplanned downtime. We can actually improve the overall equipment effectiveness and reduce maintenance cost also. Then we can analyze production data to identify areas for improvement in manufacturing processes. And basically, we can optimize process parameters to increase efficiency and also to reduce the energy consumption, because basically we are dealing with data and trying to analyze everything in the best possible manner. Now, the future of data science, if we talk about AI and machine learning advancements, they are more sophisticated algorithms for complex tasks are required, like for deep learning and reinforcement learning. Then increased automation of data analysis and decision-making processes should be there. Then greater integration of AI into everyday application as well as industries. Now, if we talk about explainable AI, growing emphasis on transparency and interpretability of AI models, and building of trust in AI system by providing clear explanations for their decisions. Like whatever decisions we are coming up with, we need to build trust in AI systems and provide clear explanations related to it. Then in big data and cloud computing also, continued growth of data volumes and the need for scalable storage and processing solutions is still there, which we need to deal with. And increasing reliance on cloud platforms for data management and analytics is there. Then development of real-time data processing and streaming analytics as well as capabilities is there. Then we need to develop privacy preserving technologies, that is differential privacy, and stricter regulations and compliance requirements also are there for handling data securely, so that anything doesn't get spread out. Now, coming to the conclusion, data science basically is transforming industries from improving healthcare outcomes to enhancing customer experiences. Data science is basically driving innovation across various sectors, and organizations that embrace data science decision making are gaining a competitive edge over the others. Now, as we know, there are challenges as well as opportunities related with any kind of new advancement. So the future of data science holds both challenges, that is ethical concerns are there, skill gap is there, because still we need to learn about the various upcoming processes, and exciting opportunities also are there because there are so many new discoveries, improved decision making, continued investment in data science and education and research. This is something which is very crucial because every day something or the other is coming up. So the journey still continues because data science is a dynamic field and it is rapidly evolving. And staying informed about the latest trends and technologies is very, very important for the success of this field. With this, I come to an end of my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sayel, for your speech. Before we proceed to the technical session, may I request everyone to open their cameras to take a group photo with Dr. Sayel. Okay. Thank you, everyone. So we now move on to the one of the highlights of our program, the technical session. So I would like to warmly welcome all the presenters for technical session 1. Each presenter will be given 12 minutes for their presentation, followed by 3 minutes question and answer. For the question and answer session, our respected session chairs, Dr. Kelvin Lee Yongming and Dr. P. Sri Ramchandra, may kindly raise their questions after each presentation. Thank you very much for your cooperation. All right, let's now proceed to the first presentation. I would now like to invite Tariq Abdul Salam Al Saba to present the paper entitled The Influence of Extrinsic Motivation, Organizational Culture, Perceived Organizational Support, and Job Satisfaction on a School Teacher's Innovative Performance in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Once again, may I call on the first presenter?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, very good afternoon.
Well, let me share my presentation.
Go ahead,
Yes,
sir.
thank you.
Do you see my presentation now?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
It's
yes,
already
please.
visible.
Yes. Is it necessary to open my cam or no need? However, it's okay. Is it okay now? Sorry. Hello?
It's already visible, sir.
Okay. First of all, good afternoon for everybody here. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Tarek Sabah from Saudi Arabia. Thank you for this opportunity to present the influence of extrinsic motivation, organizational culture, and perceived support on school teachers' innovative performance in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. mediation, analysis of job satisfaction. First of all, I would like to thank the Professor Dr. Ali Riza and my close friend Dr. Ashraf al-Islam. Well, my background of the research in Tabuk region, this is my region. It is in the north of Saudi Arabia. In the kingdom, has witnessed significant educational development in recent years, depending on the goals of Vision 2030 to enhance innovation and quality in education. Tabuk city in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, it is in the north, has 503 schools, public schools 409, serving approximately 128,000 students. We have private schools, around 94 schools, with a combined enrolled of around 20,417 students. The total number of teachers in Tabuk, 15,000, more than 15,000. By my background of research, in Saudi Arabia, teachers are average 43 years, which is lower than the OECD average 45. 17% novice teachers with up to 5 years experience. About 30% of teachers have non-teaching work experience. Nearly 90% of teachers feel they can support students' social and emotional learning. Around 42% of teachers work in school where at least one hybrid or online lesson was taught. About 26% of teachers under age 30. This study examines the direct effect of extrinsic motivation, organizational culture, and perceived support on teachers' innovative performance in Saudi Arabia, and by exploring the mediating role of job satisfaction. What is the problem statements? Sorry. Currently, educational, institutional, especially school in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia face several challenges to achievement innovative performance. So let me tell you something. Last 5 years, there are a lot of changes in Ministry of Education in Saudi Arabia. Well, a lot of changes for the supervision, for the curriculum. A lot of curriculums have changed, and the teachers' lessons also changed. So last 5 years there are changes. All of these changes depending for the vision of Saudi Arabia, as you heard, 2030. A study conducted, as Alvaro said, Tabuk University focused on educational problem facing teachers in the remote village of Tabuk region. The teacher attrition rate in the Saudi private school is high due to issues such as poor management, low salary satisfaction. This is one of the most important things. Sorry, about the salary satisfaction. Also, inadequate support and a lack of career progression. Extrinsic motivation, such as financial incentive, promotion, or recognition, is often advertised or misaligned with the efforts to encourage creativity and innovative in teaching. Organization culture in education institutions remains resistant to change. Perceived organizational support is frequently insufficient to empower educators to pursue and implement. The aim of my study, the aim of this study is to investigate the influence of extrinsic motivation and organizational culture and perceived organizational support on the innovative performance of school teachers in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, with particular focus on the mediating role. My literal view here, depending on excellent motivation, refers to the drive to engage in a certain behavior of activity to earn a reward or avoid punishment. Organizational culture refers to the values, norms, beliefs, and behavior that govern how employees interact and work together. Perceived organization support is a psychological concept that refers to the extent to which employees feel that their organization. Job satisfaction refers to the feeling of contentment. Innovative performance refers to the ability of an individual, teams, or organization to continuously. Okay, in my research framework, it depends on, we have direct effects and indirect effects. Okay, excellent motivation, organizational culture, perceived organizational support, all of this direct effects to job satisfaction and innovative performance. But if we go to excellent motivation directly to innovative performance, this is indirect effect. So about hypothesis, we have hypothesis 1, 2 until 10, hypothesis 8, 9, and 10. All of these are indirect effects. It depends on my research frameworks on excellent motivation, organizational culture, and perceived organizational support, mediating job satisfactions. And finally, it is innovative performance. My methodology in my research design, cross-sectional study, deductive approach, and quantitative methods. In my quantitative survey questionnaire by psychological, Lakert's 5 points from 1 to 5, probability sampling methods, simple random sampling techniques. The sample size was determined based on the Kriging. My reliability test in my variables, innovative performance, motivation, and job satisfactions, as you say, average variable, excellent, okay, and reliability valuable exceeded the recommended variable. In my hypothesis testing, direct effects, okay, in my results of the second R, we have variables, innovative performance, and job satisfaction, okay, can be used as benchmarks for weakers, moderate, and stranger. Statistics value is greater than 1.96 and the p-value is less than 0.05, as you see here in the hypothesis testing direct effects. Implications of the study. The significance of the study lies in its potential to enhance the understanding of the factors influencing innovative performance among school teachers in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The study theoretically grounds the relationship in social exchange theory, offering a social psychological explanation for how organizational practices and to innovative. The practical significance of this study extends the multiple stakeholders in the Saudi education sectors. Limitation and future of this study. The study relies on a cross-sectional survey which limits the ability to establish casual relationships between variables futures research could employ longitude or experiment. The research focus exclusively on school teachers in Saudi Arabia, which may limit the generalizability of finding. The model considers only only extrinsic motivation, organizational culture, and perceived support as verification. In my conclusions, this study found that extrinsic motivation, organizational culture, and perceived organizational support significantly influence school teachers' innovative performance in Saudi Arabia, with job satisfaction playing a key mediating role. Guided by social exchange theory, the results suggest that when teachers feel supported and rewarded, they are more satisfied and more likely to innovative. The finding offer practical insights for improving innovative in school. Thank you. Thank you for your time to present.
Yeah. Nice presentation, Mike.
Thank you.
I have a question for you that you have implemented so many parameters like extrinsic motivation, organization, culture, support. Among these, which factor had a more focus? How the school organization prioritize it?
Yes, okay. Now all the schools still depending on the system of Ministry of Education. Yes, we have in the future all the schools will be separated and depending on themselves, the schools. But up to now, there is no change in the system. So we are waiting. For me, I am waiting for the future. I don't know what will be happening in the future. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Really,
that's all.
let me tell you something. Saudi Arabia, everything will be changed in educational. So, what is their intention? Every every school, it will depend on itself. The school will depend on their income, depend how to bring teachers to teach. How can manage the headmaster in the school. So education in Saudi Arabia will be changed. But
Please.
but really, frankly, I don't know the change will be better or no. Really, really. Yes, thank you.
Jamaica, that's all from my end. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Tariq and Sir Chandra. Do we have other questions from our chairs? I think there's none. So Sir Chandra, are you okay now with the first presenter? So we will now proceed to the second.
Yeah, no questions from my end.
Thank you. So we'll now proceed to the second presenter. Now I would like to invite Dr. Suguna Sinya to present the paper entitled Toward Sustainable Workplaces, Linking Green Working Conditions, Green Satisfaction, and Turnover Intention. Ma'am?
Okay, hi, good afternoon. Let me share my screen, yeah? Okay, able to see my slides?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
It's
Yes, a very good afternoon to respected panels and participants. So I'm Suguna here from UCAM Graduate School of Business. So I have even my co-author is also here, Mr. Muhammad Ashraf Islam. Thank you, Ashraf. So today I'll be presenting on our study on green working conditions and turnover intention, where we'll be focusing on the mediating role of green satisfaction. And this study will be focusing on the ready-made garment in Bangladesh. All right. So if you see in recent years, organizations worldwide, they have placed an increasing emphasis on the environmental sustainability. Okay, this has led to an emergence of green HRM, which integrate environmental friendly practices into HR policy and also workplace system. So this is specifically important in a labor-intensive industry where the working conditions significantly affect the employees. All right. When we look into the previous studies, GHRM, which is green HRM, contributes positively to employee engagement, well-being, and job satisfaction. So this shows that the improvement are important because they help to reduce turnover intention. In this context, the concept of green satisfaction has been emerged, which it referred to employee positive perception of their working in environmental responsible organizations. So if you look into the our focus, so this study where we have focuses on the ready-made garment, which is we collect data from the Bangladesh. This sector is highly labor intensive and employ many female workers. So, however, it faces several challenges, including poor working conditions, safety concern, and also social culture constraints. Therefore, green initiative can serve as a dual solution where this is to address both environmental sustainability and employee-related issues. All right. So, despite all these ongoing effects, turnover intention remain as a major issue in our ready-made garment industry, where there are a lot of study has been focuses on the traditional HR practices and job satisfaction. However, there are limited research examining how green working condition influence turnover intention. This is very important where we have added the green satisfaction as the mediator as not explored enough. So this has created a clear research gap in this study where we wanted to address. So this is the conceptual model we wanted to look at. First, we want to see what is the relationship between green working condition and turnover intention. Second, we want to see how do green working condition influence green satisfaction. Third, what is the relationship between green satisfaction and turnover intention? And the last will be, how does this relationship has been mediated by the green satisfaction? Okay. The methodology of this research where this study is adopt to the quantitative research design, where the data has been collected from the employee in Bangladesh, from the ready-made garment industry, particularly within the manufacturing small, medium enterprises. A structured questionnaire has been used. All variable we have measured from the past studies. So the sample size is 339 respondents, and the response we got is 75.33%. And we also use simple random sampling and also PLS-SEM. So from this study, the results that we got is the finding shows that the green working condition has significant positive effect on the green satisfaction. They also shows a negative relationship with the turnover intention, meaning better green practices reduce employee intention to leave. Additionally, green satisfaction significantly reduce turnover intention, and the mediation analysis confirm that green satisfaction plays an important role of as a mediator. So if you see the discussion and the implications, the finding contribute to the literature where, if you see the current literature where when we talk about green HRM, this study has been extending the green HRM research and also introduce green satisfaction as the mediating variable. From the practical perspective, organizations, specifically this kind of sectors, something like ready-made garment sector, should invest in the green workplace initiative, and where this is also will promote environmental friendly policy, improve work condition, and enhance employee well-being. With such effort, this can ultimately reduce the turnover, and also indirectly it improves the organizational sustainability. So in conclusion, green working conditions are not only benefits for environmental sustainability, but it also plays a crucial role in retaining employees, and green satisfaction serves a very important mechanism in linking workplace practices to turnover intention. So this overall study highlights the importance of integrating sustainability into the HR strategies. That's all for my presentation. Thank you for your attention, and I welcome if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll now move to the question and answer from our session chairs.
Okay, right. Thank you, Jamaica. All right. Hi, Dr. Suguna. All right. It's
Hi,
a very
Dr.
interesting. Hi, hi. Yeah, it's a very interesting study. You mean it's just a suggestion? Not much question. I mean, may I have a yeah? Okay, great. Just wondering, like, have you ever think of like adding these two variable because I do see some research that actually include this when it comes to this we call this green HR study. Have you ever think of like something we call green reward? For example, like if the company, they're giving some kind of award or whatever for those employee that are actually applying green in their workplace. I mean, this
Yeah.
is just my suggestion. And then second variable that I'm thinking of to be added in the framework will be the government support. If correct me if I'm wrong, just now you mentioned your sample size is from Bangladesh, right?
Yes.
I see. I mean, like, just wondering, like, how was the government policy so far about the green working place and so on?
They have implemented, but not very effective. It's still in the very base concept, baseline. So it's not in depth yet because the understanding of green practices is not into the culture yet.
I see. Okay. But so that's why I think that's the reason why, right, you conduct this study. I mean, yeah, it's a good study. I mean, yeah, it can be, I mean, if we can enhance the framework, then should be no issue to publish in a good journal.
Yeah, I like your idea of the pre-reward. The organizational support, yes, we have another 2 more articles. We have added that, but the pre-reward for those who are practicing the green, practices, yes, we can add that, as a moderator. Thank you for your feedback.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. All right, that's all from me, Jamaica.
Thank you,
Any other
sir.
questions?
Dr. Sri, do you have questions to our presenter?
Yeah, you told that turnover will be little reduced and job satisfaction will become more. Does it happen in all realistic cases regarding your survey?
In realistic cases, I see from the feedback that we receive, people, in these developing countries, they started to understand the importance of the environmental friendly concept. Okay, especially a country like Bangladesh. Initially, this particular case study we have conducted in China, Malaysia, and also Bangladesh. So just to see the comparison. So I see for Bangladesh, the acceptance level is there, but just that the effectiveness is not much. But moving forward, I believe this will give a very good, eye-opening for our
Absolutely.
developing countries.
Yeah, absolutely. It might be an eye-opening scenario, but I suggest you to consider more people's opinion. I mean, more data sets are required in this because it is a uh, uh, case-to-case analysis is very much essential in this.
Yeah.
So that is what I can submit to you if you move forward with this area.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you,
Right.
Doctor.
That's all. Yeah, that's all from my end.
Okay, thank you. So thank you, Dr. Suguna, and to our session chairs. We now move to next presenter. May I know if Belit Debalki is here? Uh, I think they're not yet around.
Yeah, I think it's not inside the. Perhaps we can proceed with the next presenter. Is that possible?
Okay, sir. Shanmuga Priya is the next presenter. Oh,
I
they're not
think it's not
present.
here also. Yeah.
I think some presenters are not yet entered in the Zoom.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so I think we'll wait for a minute because some of them experiencing difficulties in internet connectivity.
Sure, no problem.
Thank you. Okay, so we are we're already done with the two presenters. We have 5 presenters left. These are Belit Debalki, Shanmuga Priya, Edelgrace Hatton, Sondaria V, Zelia Andrea Alares. So these are the 5 presenters we are waiting for. Okay, while we are waiting for the others, I would like to thank our session chairs, Dr. Kelvin Lee Yong Min and Dr. Chandra. May you ask your evaluation sheet for the two presenters later, a while ago?
Yeah, definitely. We are ready with that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Should I share now? Should I share with you now?
Yes, sir, you can send it.
Yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you.
We just replying to the email, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay.
Okay, once again, we are waiting for the following presenters: Belit Debalki, Shanmuga Priya, Edelgrace Hatton, Sondaria V, and Celia Andrea Alares. The presenters will not be able to present their papers due to internet difficulty in internet connectivity. So I will now announce the best paper and best presenter presentation awards. Okay, so here is the best paper presentation. The paper is entitled Toward Sustainable Workplaces, Linking Green Working Conditions, Green Satisfaction, and Turnover Intention. This is by Dr. Suguna Sinya. Congratulations, ma'am.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. There are only 2 presenters, so I didn't expect this.
Yeah. Congratulations, ma'am. The certificates will be sent by tomorrow via email.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you for the, thank you to the panels as well.
Yeah. Okay. So next, the best paper. The title of the paper is The Influence of Extrinsic Motivation, Organizational Culture, Perceived Organizational Support, and job satisfaction on school teachers' innovative performance in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia by Tariq Abdul Salam Al Saka. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Really, thank you. Thank you for that. It's
Okay.
my pleasure.
Again, your certificate will be sent tomorrow via email.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so okay, may I request everyone to before we proceed to the vote of thanks, we'll have a group photo with the session chairs and with the best paper and best presentation award. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. So
Thank you, Jamaica.
that concludes the presentations for technical session 1, even though some of the presenters couldn't present their paper due to internet issues or internet connectivity issues. Maybe they will present it in the other schedule. Okay. Right? So on behalf of Serada, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the delegates, students, researchers, and participants who contributed to the success of ICABMET Conference 2026. So the conference centered on the theme, Driving Innovation and Sustainable Solutions, Interdisciplinary Approaches in Applied Sciences, Business, and Technology. It was a resounding success, enriched by the insightful addresses of eminent keynote speakers from esteemed universities. We sincerely thank you all, to the speakers, the delegates, and participants for their invaluable support and active engagement. A special appreciation goes to the organizing committee members and editorial board for their unwavering dedication and contributions, which made the success of the conference possible. So once again, thank you to our session chairs, Dr. Sandra and Dr. Kelvin. And now we would like to extend our special thanks and sincere appreciation to our organizing committee members, to our scientific committee members, Dr. Robin Gonzalo Vallejo, the Associate Professor of the University of Malaga, Spain, Dr. Drilon Crespo.
Miss Jamaica,
Yes.
sorry to interrupt you. One of the participant is ready to join now.
Okay.
Presenter Belen Debalaki. So we will wait for him.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. Sure. So we will wait for them.
Ma'am, you can announce his name and title.
Okay, you required me?
Sir Belit, I think you may now be able to present your paper.
Yes, I want to present, but there is some internet connection, and if it's possible, wait 1 or 2 minutes, including excuse me. Uh, hello, it is audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I want, shall I share?
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, it is visible?
Not yet, sir.
Visible?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I can start?
Sure, sir.
Okay, first of all, I would like to thank us for the organizer committee, and I will sorry for waiting for an urgency of unavailability of internet from here. So my title is certain special functions, integral in identities, and social verbal polynomial ways, an application of the partial fractional differential equation. Sorry. Mm, here is an abstract that is the abstract is established in integral inequalities utilizes the product of social inequalities, the generalized PR function applying the formulas that is to find the analytic solution of partial fractional equation with regarding on the heat equation. So the simulation is plotted by MATLAB software. Here is the comprehensive of development of special function. As you know, disciplines such as engineering and physics require particular focus on certain mathematical function is known as special functions. Special functions including Mittag-Leffler function, Basel function, and there are so many functions that are applied in mathematics, engineering, and physics. There are the helps model complex physical phenomena such as heat transfer, wave diffraction, and gravitational potential. In general, special functions widely used in modern computational mathematics to solve various specific disciplines. The Shapir-Hermite polynomial that is linked to the Gaussian normal distribution itself to the probability theory and function. And there are so many methods to solve that is partial fractional allocation by numerical solution. Here is the PRQ function. One of the most familiar special function is called the PRQ function, which is introduced by Professor Shukla by 2017. Are you here? Hello, hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, it is audible. Please proceed.
You are audible, sir.
Okay. Sorry. The PRQ function, one of the most familiar special function is PRQ function is introduced by Professor Shukla by 2017, which is defined by the summation of this in equation 1, and there is the convergent condition of the series is here. And here is the equation 2 and 3. There is one lemma that is regarding the Hermite and Hermite polynomial. If the conditions are here, the indefinite integral minus infinity out to infinity, this polynomial j is the power of something, e exponential function times Hermite polynomial is evaluate this integral. This is in terms of the result at the quotient of gamma function, and this is proved by one of the scholars in article in 2017. And here is one theorem that is the main result of this paper is incorporated with this Hermite with the PRQ function. What is the image formula of this one? When integrate this one, that is the result is the right side equation 4. As you can see, the right function, that is the result is right function. And here is the corollary. The corollary is the only difference in the first term is when you replaced by PRQ function by the generalized hypergeometric function. Why? Because it is corollary. The PRQ function is a generalization of the hypergeometric function. So this is a corollary, that is the result, and the next is the only difference is Mittag-Leffler function in two parameter. Mittag-Leffler two parameter is one of the special cases of the PRQ function, and the result is just like this one. And here is an application of heat conduction, that is a partial differential equation, as you know, the heat equation, that is the time. It is the time, and omega is the temperature distributed, that is H is the heat loss, and J is the heat conduction model more generated by this one. So in equation 5, that is the most familiar heat equation, that is a partial differential equation in second order. So I want to do this partial differential equation of heat equation by in terms of special function. Why? Because there is some scholars did this equation by another solution, but I want to do this heat equation by a special function solution. Okay, here is the theorem. There is omega 1 and omega 2 is the solution of the partial differential equation of equation 5. These omega 1 and omega 2 are the two analytic solutions. The proof of the theorem due to time constraint, the sketch of the proof is here. Due to the time constraint, the sketch of the proof is here. Is very long, really, but here is. Here is a proof. Lastly, where I want to express the graphical representation and physical interpretation of the analytic solution by truncate the solution, we have a simulation or we have a graphical representation. The results are plotted using the mathematical software MATLAB, and here is the 2D solution. As you can see, that is the x-axis is J and the y-axis is omega, that is conduction. Here is the 3D dimension, that is x direction is J, the x direction is the time, and the z direction is omega, that is conduction. This is the unapproximate solution, 3D solution of omega 1. Just like this one, we have the 2D solution of the 2D and the 3D graphical representation of omega 2. So when you see lastly the conclusion in future study, the work developed new generalized integral involving the periodic function and the Shaf-Shavir-Mite polynomial. These formula are applied to solve the heat conduction in the partial differential equation. An analytic solution is described the thermal behavior of the system. An approximate solution graphical system is represented by MATLAB. And the next, when you come to the future study may extend the developed generalized integral formula involving the periodic function and Shaf-Shavir-Mite polynomial with nonlinear, because it is linear. Now currently I did the linear one, but the next in the future, the nonlinear and multidimensional heat conduction model enable to more realistic analysis of complex physical systems. Here is the references, and I thank you for listening this papers. Thank you very much. We have any question, any doubts you can raise, and I will reply something.
Thank you, Sir Bilip Dipalki, for your presentation. May we ask our session chairs if they have questions or clarifications?
No question from me. Thank you, Jamaica.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I mean, may I know the novelty, what you contributed to your project? And who are the end users? I mean, real world application.
Okay, really, my contribution is, as you know, the heat equation is the solution is in terms of exponential function or other function, but I wanted to express the solution of heat equation by one of the most familiar special functions called periodic function. And as you know, this is a heat equation. So this is a model. So this is the physical application of the special function that is mathematics. Okay. So, but the next time I will extend this linear heat equation with nonlinear.
Okay. Jamaica, that's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, once again, thank you, Sir Belit, and to our session chairs. So, That concludes the presentations for our technical session 1. Once again, we would like to extend our heartfelt appreciation to all the presenters for their valuable contributions, and of course to our respected section chairs, Dr. Calvin Lee Yongmi and Dr. Payasri Ramchandra, for their guidance and insightful questions throughout the session. So on behalf of the Serada, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the delegates, the students, researchers, and participants who contributed to the success of the ICABMET Conference 2026. The conference centered on the theme, Driving Innovation and Sustainable Solutions, Interdisciplinary Approaches in Applied Sciences, Business, and Technology. This was a resounding success, enriched by the insightful addresses of eminent keynote speakers from esteemed universities. We sincerely thank all the speakers, delegates, and participants for their invaluable support and active engagement. And a special appreciation goes to the organizing committee members and the editorial board for their unwavering dedication and contributions, which made the success of the conference possible. Thank you very much, everyone.
Okay, I have one suggestion.
Okay, sir.
Okay, thanks one again. I am a great thanks for the organization committee. I would like to thank us for suffering your time and invite me. Once again, thanks very much. My concern is when you the next when you the organization committee when you prepare the next time, inform all participants via email or this Telegram WhatsApp address. Okay, thanks very much.
Okay, thank you, sir. So for our last group photo, may we open our cameras for the last group photo for this conference. Okay. And 3, 2, 1. Okay. Once again, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jamaica, and also the organizing committee and also panels.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. Have a nice day.
Yeah, you
thank
too.
you. Thank you, Leong. Nice to see you here.
Nice
Thank
to
you.
see you.
It's been nice having everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
No, Professor Sarze.